Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome to the day 2 of our Gita Jayanti celebration. What is Bhagavad-gita? Bhagavad-gita literally means a song of the Supreme Lord. Today, we are going to recite the entire Bhagavad-gita. Before we start the recitation, thank you, Neha Mataji, for reciting the Gita Mahatmya. Let's recite the prayers to invoke auspiciousness. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The purpose of Bhagavad-gita is to deliver mankind from the darkness of material existence. Krishna is very merciful to us. It is out of his mercy that he spoke the Bhagavad-gita to Arjuna. If someone properly follows the instructions of Bhagavad-gita, one can be freed from all miseries and anxieties in this life, and one's next life will be spiritual. The way Arjuna surrendered to Lord Krishna, let us also surrender to Krishna and let us pray, because we are going to recite the prayers that Krishna himself said in Bhagavad Gita. It is so auspicious that we get to recite the entire Bhagavad Gita. This is a very special day. It happens once a year. We're so fortunate it's happening today. With that, so the format is we are going to have first 12 chapters and then Prashadam and then the next 6 chapters. First, we will have Meera, our young Vaishnavi. She will recite chapter 1 verses. The way it goes is everyone gets to recite the verses and the translation. The primary person who has signed up for a slot will come to the main mic and they will read the verse, recite the verses and read the translation. With that, we begin the program today. Meera, over to you.
Hare Krishna, Atha Prathamadhyayah Dhritarashtravacha Dharma Chetre Guru Chetre Samvetayusavaha Mamaka Pandavashrava Kim Akurtava Sanjaya Uvacha Jyeshtavatu Pandavanekam Yudham Duryodhanastada Acharya Prasangamya Raja Vachanam Abravit Pashyatam Panduputranam Acharya Mahatim Chamum Yudham Draupadaputrena Tavashishyena Dhimataha Atashurya Maheshwesha Bhima Arjuna Samayodhi Yudhana Viratascha Drapascha Maharata Drishtaketu Chakitana Kashiracha Viryavan Purojit Kunti Bojascha Shebhyascha Ranapungavaha Yuddhamanyascha Vikranta Uttamojascha Viryavan Sabhadra Draupadiyascha Sarva Eva Maharataha Asmakam Tu Vishishtaye Kathanani bodhatu jittama Nayaka mama sinyasya Sangatam tam vavamite Bhavan Vishwascha Ganascha Kripascha Samatanjanyaha Ashwadhama Vikarnascha Samadattastatevacha Anyacha Bhava Shurya Madarte Takta Jivata Nana Shastra Praharana Sarvayuddha Visharada Aparyatam Tadaspakam Balam Vishwabhirikshatam Paryatam Tada Itesham Balam Bhimabhirikshatam Yaneshu cha sarveshu yata bhagavavishtitan Vishwa eva bharakshantu bhavanta sarva eva hi tasya sanjanya arsham guru viddha pitama सिंहनादं विनादुच्छे शङ्खं दद्मो प्रतापवान् तथा श्वेते रयोर्युक्ते महती शन्दने स्थितो माधवा पाण्डवाश्चैव दिव्यो शङ्को प्रदात्मतः पंचजन्यं ऋषिकेशो देवदत्तं धनञ्जय पौण्डरं दद्मो महाशङ्खं भीमकर्माविकोदरः अनन्तविजयं राजा कुन्तीपुत्र युधिष्ठिरः नकुलसहदेवश्च सघोषो मणिपुष्पको काशीयश्च परमेश्वासा शिखण्डी च महारथः दुष्टदण्डो विराटस्य शक्य कीच पराजितः द्रौपदो द्रौपदीयश्च सर्वेषां पृथिवीं पते सुभद्रश्च महाबाहु शङ्खं दद्मो पृथक् पृथक् सघोषोदार्तराषाणां हृदयानि विदारयत नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमुलोऽभ्यानुनादयन् अथा विविष्टितान् विश्वा दातराशान् कपिध्वजा प्रवृत्तिशस्त्र सम्पाते धनुर्धन्या पाण्डवा ऋषिकेशो तदा वाक्यम् इदम् आह महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापयामि अच्युता यावदेतान् निरीक्ष्येऽहं युद्धकामानविष्टितान् कर्मया साहायुद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे योपतिश्च शरीरे मे योत्सनानानवीक्षेऽहं या इति त्रसमागतः धातरश्यस्य दुर्बुद्धिर्युद्धे प्रिया च केशवः। हरे कृष्ण।
Thank you, Meena. That was amazing. Very beautiful recitation. And without even seeing your reciting, very inspiring. Thank you. Now, Nanda Vinodini Mataji will recite the remaining
Hare
verses.
Krishna Mataji. अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमम् Yes, 1 minute. संजय उवाच एवमुक्तो ऋषिकेशो गुणाकेशेन भारतः सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमम् भीष्माद्रोण प्रमुखता सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्यतान् समावेतान् कुरुनिति तत्र पश्यश्चितान् पार्थ पित्रा अथ पितामहा आचार्यान् मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रा पौत्रा सखिं सदा स्वासुरान् सुदृष्ट्वा सेनयोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्य स कौन्तेय सर्वबन्धूरविष्टितान् कृपया परयाविष्टो विषीदन्निदम् अब्रवीत् अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेवं स्वजनं कृष्ण युयुत्सं समुपस्थितं सिद्धन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति वेपतुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्षश्च जायते गण्डीवं शंसते हस्तात् त्वक्चैव परिधायते न च शक्नोमि अविष्टातुं भ्रमित्वा च मे मनः निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपर्तानि केशव न च श्रेयोनुपश्यामि हत्वा स्वजनम् आहवे न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च किं नो राज्येण गोविन्द किं भोगे जीवितेन वा येषामर्थे काङ्क्षितं नो राज्यभोगं सुखानि च अच्छा 1 minute. तायिमेव शिष्टा युद्धे प्रणाम सत्त्वधनानि च आचार्या पितरा पुत्रास् तथैवा च पितामहा मातुलान् स्वसुरा पुत्रा शाला सम्बन्धिनस्तदा एतानाहन्तुमिच्छामि न तोऽपि मधुसूदना अपि त्रैलोक्यराज्यस्य हेतो किं नो मही कृते निहत्य धार्तराष्ट्राना का प्रीति स जनार्दना पापमेवाश्रयेद् हस्तात् हत्वेतान् ततायिनः तस्मान्नर्हा वयं हन्तुं धार्तराष्ट्रान् सबन्धवान् स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखिना सनसे माधवा यद्यपि ये न पश्यन्ति लोभोपहता चेतसा कुलक्षया कृतयं दोषं मित्रद्रोहे च पातकं कथं न ज्ञेयमस्माभिः पापदस्मान् निवर्तितुं कुलक्षया कृतयं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिः जनार्दन कुलक्षये प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्मा सनातना धर्मनष्टे कुलं कृत्स्नम् अधर्मोऽभिभवत्युतः अधर्माभिभवत् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलस्त्रियः स्त्रीषु दुष्टो वाष्णये जयते वर्णशङ्करः शङ्करो नरकाये कुलघनानं कुलस्य च पतन्ति पितरो हेषां लुप्तपण्डोदिका क्रियः दोषेरेति कुलघनानां वर्णशङ्कराकारके उत्सदन्ते जातिधर्मा कुलधर्मश्च शाश्वतः उत्सन् कुलधर्माणानां मनुष्याणां जनार्दना नरके नियतं वासो भवति धनुशुश्रुमाः अहो बत महत्पापं कर्तुं व्यवश्यता वयं यद्राज्य सुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुदायतः यदि माम प्रतीकारम् अशस्त्रं शस्त्र पाणयाः धार्तराष्ट्राण्डनहन्योस्तान्मे क्षेमं भवेत् संजय उवाच एवमुक्त्वार्जुना शङ्खे रथोपस्थ उपाविशत् विसृज्य शाशरं चापं शोकसंविघ्नमानसाः Hare Krishna.
Let's give a big round of applause for Mataji. Very nice, Mataji. You recited without singing. Beautiful. Thank you. Now, Radha Damodar Prabhu will read 1 to 23. And then Upendra Prabhu will read the remaining translation. And after that, we will have the summary of 1 to 6 by Satyarupa Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Observing the armies of the battlefield of Kurukshetra, chapter 1, text 1. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, after my sons and sons of Pandu assembled in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra, desiring to fight, what did they do? 2. Sanjaya said, O king, after looking over the armies arranged in the military formation by the sons of Pandu, King Duryodhana went to his teacher and spoke the following words. 3. O my teacher, behold the great army of the sons of Pandu, so expertly arranged by the intelligent disciple, the son of Drupada. 4. Here in this army are many here in this army there are many heroic bowmen equal to in fighting to Bhima and Arjuna, great fighters like Yudhana, Virata and Draupada. 5. There are also great heroic powerful fighters like Drishtaketu, Chetikana, Kashiraja, Purijit, Kundiboja and Shaibya. 6. There are the mighty Yudhamanyu, the very powerful Uttamauja, the son of Subhadra, and the sons of Draupadi. All these warriors are great chariot fighters. 7. But for your information, O best of Brahmanas, let me tell you about the captains who are especially qualified to lead the military force. 8. There are personalities like you, Bhishma, Karna, Kripa, Ashwatthama, Vikarma, and the sons of Somadatta called Murishra, who are always victorious in battlefield. 9. There are many other heroes who are prepared to lay down their lives for my sake. All of them are well equipped with different kinds of weapons and are experienced in the military science. 10. Our strength is immeasurable and we are perfectly protected by grandfather Bhishma, whereas the strength of the Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhima, is limited. 11. All of you must now give full support to grandfather Bhishma as you stand at your respective strategic points of entrance into the flanks of the army. 12. Then Bhishma, the great valiant grandsire of the Guru dynasty, the grandfather of the fighters, blew his conch shell very loudly, making a sound like the roar of a lion, giving the Duryodhana joy. 13. After that, the conch shell, drums, bugles, trumpets, and horns were all suddenly sounded. The combined sound was tumultuous. 14. On the other side, both Lord Krishna and Arjuna, stationed on a great chariot drawn by the white horses, sounded their transcendental conch shells. 15. Lord Krishna blew his conch shell called Panchajanya. Arjuna is the Devadatta, and Bhima, the voracious eater and performer of the Herculean task, blew his terrific conch shell called Poundra. Text 16 to 18. King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, blew the conch shell Ananda Vijaya, and Nakula and Sagadeva blew Ghosha and Pushpaka. The great archer, the king of Kashi, the great fighter Shikhandi, Drishtadyumna, Virata, the unconquerable Satyaki, Draupada, the king of Draupadi, and others. O king, such as the mighty armed son of Subhadra, all blew their respective conch shells. 19. The blowing of these different conch shells became uproarious, vibrating both in the sky and on the earth. It shattered the hearts of the sons of Dhritarashtra. 20. At that time, Arjuna, the son of Pandu, seated in the chariot bearing the flag marked with Hanuman, took up his bow and prepared to shoot his arrows. O king, after looking at the sons of Dhritarashtra drawn in the military array, Arjuna then spoke to Lord Krishna these words. 21 to 22. Arjuna said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies, so that I may see those present here who desire to fight, and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms. Text 23. Let me see those who have come here to fight, wishing to please the evil-minded sons of Dhritarashtra. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Gita Jayanti ki Jai. Sanjaya said, O descendant of Bharata, having thus been addressed by Arjuna, Lord Krishna drew up the fine chariot in the midst of armies of both parties. In the presence of Bhishma, Drona, and all other chieftains of the world, the Lord said, Just behold, Partha, all the Kurus assembled here. There Arjuna could see, within the midst of the armies of both parties, his fathers, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, friends, and also his fathers-in-law and well-wishers. When the son of Kunti, Arjuna, saw all these different grades of friends and relatives, he became overwhelmed with compassion and spoke thus. Arjuna said, "My dear Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me in such a fighting spirit, I feel the limbs of my body quivering and my mouth drying up. My whole body is trembling, my hair is standing on the end, my bow Gandiva is slipping from my hand, my skin is burning. I am now unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself and my mind is reeling. I see only causes of misfortune. O Krishna, killer of the Kesi demon. I do not see how any good can come from killing my own kinsman in this battle, nor can I, my dear Krishna, desire my subsequent victory, kingdom or happiness. O Govinda, of what avail to us are a kingdom, happiness, or even itself, even life itself, when all those for whom we may desire them are now arrayed on this battlefield? O Madhusudana, when teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, grandsons, brothers-in-law, and other relatives are ready to give up their lives and properties and are standing before me, why should I wish to kill them, even though they might otherwise kill me? O maintainer of all living entities, I am not prepared to fight with them, even in exchange for the three worlds, let alone this earth. What pleasure will we derive from killing the sons of Dhritarashtra? Sin will overcome us if we slay such aggressors. Therefore, it is not proper for us to kill the sons of Dhritarashtra and our friends. What should we gain, O Krishna, husband of the goddess of fortune, and how could we be happy by killing our own kinsmen? O Janardana, although these men, their hearts overtaken by greed, see no fault in killing one's family or quarreling with friends, why should we, who can see the crime in destroying a family, engage in these acts of sin? With the destruction of dynasty, the eternal family tradition is vanquished, and thus the rest of the family becomes involved in irreligion. When irreligion is prominent in the family, O Krishna, the women of the family become polluted, and from the degradation of the womanhood, O descendant of Vrishni, comes unwanted progeny. An increase of unwanted population certainly causes hellish life both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down because the performance for offering them food and water are entirely stopped by the evil deeds of those who destroy the family tradition and thus give rise to unwanted children. All kinds of community projects and family welfare activities are devastated. O Krishna, maintainer of the people, I have heard by disciplic succession that those whose family traditions are destroyed dwell always in hell. Alas, how strange it is that we are preparing to commit greatly sinful acts. Driven by the desire to enjoy royal happiness, we are intent on killing our own kinsmen. Better for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra, weapons in hand, were to kill me unarmed, unresisting on the battlefield. Sanjaya said, Arjuna, having thus spoken on the battlefield, cast aside his bow and arrows and sat down on the chariot, his mind overwhelmed with grief. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Upenji Prabhu. Now, Satyarupa Prabhu will give us a summary of chapter 1 to 6. Sorry, Prabhu. We went ahead of schedule and we just started with the verses. We actually recited Gita Mahatmya also. But you can take that point. Yeah. So Prabhu will give us a summary of these 6 chapters.
Hare Krishna. I just realized coming at 8:30 with 2 kids, that itself is an austerity. Okay. I would have been earlier, mother. Sorry. Yeah. So Bhagavad-gita is like a user manual. When anytime we buy a product, since we don't use that, we use the product, but we didn't manufacture that product. So we need a manual how to use that product. So say suppose mother carried it and father gave the seed. Either none of the mother prepared this body or consciousness, or father made the consciousness. So whoever made that consciousness and body, that person gave the this book, Bhagavad-gita. So this in the ISKCON we call it is a user manual. So we can use the product without a user manual, often leads to the hit and trial method. So in order to efficiently utilize, this is the book. Often people thinks that it should be used and applied in the fag end of the life. It is so unfortunate, but it is not for the fag end of the life. This is how to lead the life when we are in the aggressive, when we are in passionate, the mid, like after 20s. So even kids also it is important how to lead their life. So the Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakura is nicely described. The first, the entire Bhagavad-gita is a jewel box. So the first 6 chapters are the bottom of the jewel box, and the last 6 chapters at the top lid of the jewel box, and the middle 6 chapters, which is 6 to 12 or 12 to 6 to 12 or 7 to 12, 7 to 12 are the jewel which is kept on the jewel box, which is the golden box studded with the diamonds. So it is so valuable, and this is the only book will tell how to lead the life and how to live the life. It prepares for both, how to lead that current whatever we are leading. So the first 6 chapters called Karma Yoga. The last 6 chapters is emphasized on the Gnana Yoga. The middle 6 chapters is the Bhakti Yoga. Now, yoga means what? Linking our consciousness to the supreme consciousness, which is Prabhupada writes like this: when the linking process is predominantly fruitive activities, it is Karma Yoga. When the predominantly empirical, it is called Gnana Yoga. And when it is predominantly devotional relationship with Krishna, then it is Bhakti Yoga. So all the yogas, the ultimate purpose of the human life is to connect to Krishna. The essential message of the Bhagavad-gita is Bhakti Yoga. That's why often people ask the question, wherever I read Prabhupada yoga means connected to Bhakti Yoga. Why? Because that is the essence of all Vedic literature. Some people think that we are biased when we are translating it. No. Yoga means if you want to give the highest knowledge, that should be Bhakti Yoga. But that's the reason wherever often from Sri Sampradaya people asked me, many devotees, why Prabhupada always emphasizes yoga means Bhakti Yoga? Because Krishna is telling various yogas. Why it is connecting or boiling down to the Bhakti Yoga means that is the essence of all Vedic conclusion. The Vedic literature conclusion is Bhakti Yoga. Okay. So the first 6 chapters is Karma Yoga. In the first chapter, what happens? Like Karma Yoga means to perform one's prescribed duty and offering them to the Supreme Lord. Such work done with detachment from the results is specifically called Nishkama Karma Yoga, which consists of Gnana or knowledge developed by such work. Seeing the armies on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Arjuna becomes overwhelmed with the compassion and for his relatives and give various reasons why he cannot fight. That is the first chapter. In the second chapter, the responding to the Arjuna's questions, Krishna first gives him the knowledge of the soul, which is Atma Gnana in the second chapter, also called Sankhya Yoga. Says that doing one prescribed work gives happiness either in the victory or defeat, though that is Sakama Karma. Krishna, then you see, you are expecting happiness or distress out of whatever the work you are doing, that is sakama karma. You are expecting something. So Krishna then recommends doing such work with detachment, by which one must attain a steady knowledge, which is called sthita pragnata. This process is called nishkama karma yoga. So first we need to start with sakama karma yoga, and if you are not able to do, if you are able to do sakama well, and if you want to progress, move to the next process, which is nishkama karma yoga. In the third chapter, Arjuna gets confused about which of the two, renunciation or action, which is better. Then Krishna explains that action based on nishkama karma yoga is preferable to premature renunciation based on the gnana yoga. Even if Arjuna is qualified for renunciation, he should still do nishkama karma yoga to set the right example. Krishna also warns about lust, the formidable enemy of the path of this yoga. In the last chapters, last slokas of the third chapter, he explains why the lust, how it comes, all those things. So you need to be very careful. Lust is the enemy. That's what he is saying that. In the fourth chapter, Krishna teaches the transcendental knowledge about himself, his divine descendants, and reciprocation with devotees, creation, and so on, understanding which many liberated souls did their work with detachment. A karma yogi or a detached worker, although working, does not incur reactions. All kinds of sacrificial work culminate in the knowledge, by which one can renounce action, which is called sannyasa yoga. In the fifth chapter, Arjuna again gets confused about Krishna simultaneous emphasis on karma yoga and renunciations, sannyasa yoga. So Krishna again clarifies that they both are not contradictory and are the same, but karma yoga is easier. Nishkama karma yogi can be a true sannyasi and be free from all bondage and attain liberation. Then Krishna briefly mentioned about the Ashtanga yoga and the supremacy of the Bhakti yoga. In the sixth chapter, the Krishna speaks about Dhyana yoga or Ashtanga yoga has two stages. One is Yogaruruksha, which is beginning, and Yogaruruda, which is advanced. Then the various practice of Ashtanga yoga are aimed at attaining the perfection of realizing the super soul. In yoga, it is necessary to control the mind by practice and detachment. Karma yoga is more practical and easier method for Arjuna, being a household devotee. However, Bhakti yoga is topmost yoga. So, thus, although Krishna describes Karma Yoga, Gnana Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga in the first 6 chapters of the Gita, but the main emphasis of this section is Karma Yoga. Nishkama Karma Yoga contains within it Gnana, and that culminates in Ashtanga Yoga. Thank you. Hare Krishna. 9:50? Are you okay? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Mother Chaika. You can bear it. Yeah. Yeah. So, Krishna in the third chapter, means Arjuna asks in the third chapter, why I am doing something even though I know that is sin and I know that is not I'm not supposed to do, but as if I am doing, somebody forcefully asking me to do. We see, everybody knows that smoking is injurious to health, but knowing that all the consequences he cannot stop. Why it is happening, Krishna? He is Arjuna asking. Then he is also saying that I can control the wind, that I have the power. But what is this? Why I am not able to stop this desire? Then he is telling that is the lust. That is the third chapter. End of that, he is explaining that. Kama eva, krodha eva, rajoguna samudbhava. It is coming of your passion. So what it is, the lust is nothing but a strong desire. So where it is the root of this strong desire? It is man. First indriya, that is the gross senses. After that man means mind. So you need to control the mind and you restrain your senses. These two things you can do. Then again he asks how I will control the mind? By gnana. So if you see that wherever like Krishna is holding reins of the 5 horses which are put for like a chariot, and the soul is sitting. So Krishna is, if you compared all these things, right, the gross senses, 5 horses are the 5 gross elements. Then these reins are the mind, and who are driver is the intelligence, and who are sitting in the chariot is the soul. When your intelligence dominates the mind, then automatically the reins are in control, and horses also in control. So we need Gnana Yoga. How we will attain this Gnana Yoga? And Krishna again says that you need to approach Guru. And how to approach Guru? Pariprashnena sevaya. Upadekshanti te gnanam gnaninas tattva darshanaha. So you need to approach the people. Who you need to approach? The person who is coming in the displic succession, and you need to you have to give them seva. Whatever you need to surrender. Often people confuse what is surrender. Surrender means whatever the see, what is the surrender? I surrender to my boss. Means I am okay to do anything my boss tell, right? So in the same way, whatever Krishna says in the Bhagavad-gita, if we are able to live accordingly, then that is surrender. So it is up to us how much we are surrender. Then Krishna says in the 4th chapter, E yatamam prapadyante tams tataiva bhajamyaham. The way you comes to me, I will reciprocate in the way. So suppose if you are approaching Krishna for the material benefit, he will give the material things. No, I want little more about this. Material benefits are not everlasting. These are going to last anytime. In that, if you come to that level and you are going for above that, you need bhakti or anything else. So that will Krishna grants that. That he will say that who is that, how I will know, who is the parampara and all. Then Krishna says that whatever this knowledge is coming from the disciplic succession. Evam prarampara praptam evam rajarshayo viduhu sakale neha mahata yogo nashta parantapa. This coming from the disciplic succession. But over the time, this link got broken. That's why I am born again. I took an avatar again in this to give this knowledge. Then he, like Arjuna asks, you are like just few months older than me. You are saying that you told to sun god, and that sun god gives to Manu, Ikshavaku, and you are saying that. How I can believe that? Then Krishna says that karma janma karma chave divyam yavam yo vekti tatvatah tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mameti. So Arjuna, whoever know my janma and karma, how I born and what I do, how I will know? You need to read Krishna book. So janma, karma, what activities Krishna does. Then Prabhupada write elaborate commentary on each and every story. It will not make you remind the story, but what philosophy Krishna wants to teach us is amazingly explained. Everybody should read Krishna book thoroughly. If not one time, first you need to read that. So when you know that janma and karma of Krishna, that often right in the Western world, if any book before I go for reading, I will see who is that author. What is his credibility? Right? Often. So, if we want to know what is a Krishna's credibility, we would have heard something, but if we wanted to know in detail, very scriptural, authoritatively, then we must read Krishna book. So what happens if I read like that? If I know Janma and Karma of Krishna, then Yogam Vyakti Tattvataha Tyaktva Deham. You need to learn the stories Tattva by philosophy. If you listen to that story, you will get material benefit, no doubt about it. But if you know the Tattvataha, you know that what is that, the main essence, that philosophy, then Taktva Deha Punarjanmam Naiti Mameti. So Arjuna, you will come to me. You need not come here. Naiti. Naiti, he will say Krishna. So you need not come here again. Then I'm going back in the second chapter. Krishna says that, why are you worrying? Like Arjuna saying that I need to kill all my relatives and all. Are you thinking they are everlasting? They are supposed to be died. And the soul is never death. Soul has never death. Body has never life. Why are you worrying here? Nothing is changing. Then he says that how he changes the bodies from one body to the another body. Kaumaram Yavanam Jara Tata Dehantara Prakti. So you are moving the bodies in this life itself. You are changing the bodies. I am like Yashomati, I am like Meera, and now I moved till here. I will be like this? No, I will be like Harinama Amrita Prabhu. I will be no more after that. So I am changing these bodies in this life. In the same way, when we leave these garments, we will wear new garments. How we end of the day, once the garments are got sweat and all, we will wear new garments. Like that, we will have new bodies. And Neha Vikramana Sosti Pratyovayona Vidyate Swalpam Apyasya Dharmasya Trayito Mahato Bayat. He says that in 2.40. Neha Vikramana Sosti Swalpam Apyasya Dharmasya. You need to do Swalpa, at least that. That will avoid the great danger of repeated birth and death. Then he says that in the 5th chapter, Krishna again emphasizes on the sannyasi. So how the person who is doing fire sacrifice is the only sannyasi? No. If the person is like detachment of whatever the desires, whatever the output of that activity, if he has that detachment, that is sannyasi. That's why premature sannyasis often takes that path, because that is the ultimate path. Then whatever, they are doing all nonsensical activities and fall down. We have seen that because they are like not a real sannyasi. So Krishna says that nahi kaschit kshanamapi jatu tishtatya karma kritu karya se hyavasa karma. So Krishna says that nahi kaschit kshanamapi, even one single moment, soul cannot be keep calm. It has to do some or the other thing. Then you need to involve in some activities. What is that? Prabhupada gave us nice deities, temples, nice literature, and above all we have nice devotees association. Then when your soul is engaging in these activity, then he will say that you will come as a karma. Then karma, akarma, vikarma, all these things he will say. What is karma? Karma means there are various meanings, but in that context, Krishna says that whatever the activity you do, you get the results of it. That results can be pious or impious, but both pious and impious will bind you. So you need to go akarma, but you should not fall to vikarma. Vikarma means against to the religious principles. That is more dangerous. You will go into the lower creatures or the living entities which are dwelling in the lower planetary system, where that there is no light and full of darkness and the whatever the described in that. So we should not fall into that trap. So Krishna says that karma, akarma and vikarma. So how can your karma can be akarma when your akarma can be karma? All these things he will explain the intricacies of those karma, karma and vikarma. So nicely says that how so though you are say suppose if I gave something, right? I have Bhagavad-gita or I have mobile phone. If I give it to you, you accept it, that is yours. If you are not accept it, it is not yours. So in the same way, when the karma you do, right, when you are attaching to that results, then bind you. When you are detached of that result, that will not bind you. So your activities in such a way that it should not bind you. So Krishna says all those things in that. Mataji, is that okay or it's let me? Okay. Okay. Yes, Mataji. So this is the sixth chapter. Arjuna asks a wonderful question. Anashrita karma phalam karyam karma karoti yaha sa sannyasi cha yogi cha na naragnir na chakriyaha. Again we discussed this. So sannyasi means what? Na naragnir na chakriyaha. He will always, you know that, right? Sannyasi means typically they won't touch fire and they won't do anything. They need not do anything. For themselves only the final rituals they made it. Okay. So, but our sannyasis are not like that. They are not, our sannyasis are going and giving this knowledge to everyone. Because we need to give this knowledge. By giving that, two things will happen. You are engaging in Krishna's service, and that is not binding you also, because you are not expecting anything. Our sannyasis, Maharajas, and comes and gives classes, and they clarify so many issues and all. Why they are doing it? Are they expecting any benefit? No, nothing. Only they are wants to do some service to Krishna. So Krishna also says that the Nishkama Karma Yoga and Karma Yoga and Ashtanga Yoga mainly. But all these Karma Yoga, Nishkama Karma Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, all these are like not easily doable in this age of Kali, where there is more hypocrisy and quarrel, and we are like driven by Gurukul system, our growing upbringing, or we are dwelling in different situations. So Acharyas like Prabhupada gave Bhakti Yoga is most apt for this yuga. So that he will say all those things. Yeah, one more fifth or sixth chapter last sloka. It is very nice one. That we will discuss once. Yeah, Bhoktaram Yajna Tapasam Sarvaloka Maheshwaram Suhrudam Sarvabhutanam Gnatva Mam Santi Mrichati. So a person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifice and austerities, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entity, attain peace from the pangs of the material miseries. How we will get the peace in this world? This is called a peace formula, which is 5.29. So a person is in full consciousness of Krishna and thinking that Krishna is the ultimate beneficiary, whatever the sacrifices and the austerities. So Yajnakrut, Yajnabruk, Yajnantara. So Krishna says that one more. Yajna means we often think that fire sacrifice. But the another meaning of in Vishnu Sahasranama and everywhere mentioned, the another name of Vishnu is Yajna. So when you are thinking about Krishna and when you are whatever the activities, whatever the beneficiary, all are Krishna. When you are doing that, then that is the well-wishing of the all living entities, and that will attain peace from the pangs of material nature. So that is wonderful. Krishna says in the 5th chapter. And this is another thing. Yoginamapi sarvesham madgate nantaratmanaha shraddhavan bhajate yomam same yukta tamomataha. Krishna says that, and of all yogis, whatever Jnana Yogi, Ashtanga Yogi, Karma Yogi, and among all yogis, the one with the great faith who always abides in me, thinking me within myself, and render transcendental loving service to me. He is the topmost, intimately united me in yoga, and is the highest of all. That is my opinion. So Krishna is telling what is the highest of all yogas. So whoever involved in the yoginamapi sarvesham madgate nantaratmanaha shraddhavan bhajato yomam, who are like always thinking of him, meditates about him, and whatever the transcendental service, tamo yukta same yukta tamo mataha, whatever the doings like offerings to him and the transcendental activities we do, that person has the highest of all. So there are so many other things also Krishna says. So with that I will conclude and we will resume the second chapter reading. Hare Krishna.
Let's give a big round of applause for Prabhu. Thank you, Prabhu. You very nicely said the context of Bhagavad-gita and the essence of the 6 chapters. That was very wonderful. And you went ahead of extra also you could do, even though that was not your time slot. Thank you for accommodating us. Now we will continue with the recitation. First we have Kimberly who will recite the chapter 2, part 1.
I can do the rest. Is there one that fits? Okay. Uvacha Madhusudana Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Kutastva Kasamalamidam Vishvame Sampupashitam Anaya Justam Ashvagyam Akirti Karam Arjuna Vadanti Tat. Sorry, wrong one. Utayate Kushadam Hidaya Ubahiram Dvaita Visitya Parantapa Arjuna Uvacha Katham Bhishmam Aham Sankye Jonam Kshamadhususana Ishbhubi Priyati Vosyami Pujahav Avisudana Guran Avatvahi. Okay. Mani Vanadantavan Shreyo Bhukum Tapta Madhikaloke Advatha Mukamastu Gunu Daiva Punjaya Bhogan Vibhuja Prajuchan Nachatitat Vidmokti Yatmachayajayajayajayay Yan Eva Hatpadna Jidvatmasa Devistita Pramita Sadasa. No, it's okay. I can't keep up. Everybody's too good. Sorry. Okay, sorry. I'm not very good at reading Sanskrit. Okay. Nahi Karpanya 7. Okay. Karpanya dosapata Vichami tvam dhamma samacheta Yachayasyan nishtitam pushtyanve Shishyate ham sadamam tvam pranam Nahi prapasyami mama punyajat Yakchokam kukshupasanam indriyanam avaya buddham. Yeah, it's gonna be easy. Where are we? Now I lost track.
Wait.
Okay. Sanjaya uvacha evam uktvam rishikesham gudakesha parantapa nayotsya iti govindam uktva tushnim bahavaha tam uvacha rishikesha prehashan iva bharata Senayo ubayo madye Vishidantam idam vacha Shri Bhagavan uvacha Asyan avosyasitvam Pranjan vadam schabasate Gatasun agatasumka Namachanti padantita Natva evham jatunasam Natvam nema janasipa Nachaiva na bhavishyama Sarve vayam eta param Dehinosmin yata dehe Komaram yovanam jara Tatha dehantara praptir Dihis tatra namuyati mantra sparasta tukanteya sitosna sukadukada agapayino nityas tamastikti sabas barata yam hina yajanti te purasam purasabha samduka sukam tiram Samata kavatete nasato vidyate baho nambavo vidyate sate ubayo api drishta nasta tvanasho tatva darsabi avishnashi tutad vidi yena sarvam idam tatam vinasam avyayasya Nakshasir kartam kartati advanante amideha niyasyokta sarsinena anasino pramesyaisa tasmad yudasya bharata ya enam veti hatanam yasyanam manyaten hatam ubautau na vijanito Nayam hanti nahayate Nayayata mejayate gadachin Nayam bhuta bhavitva no bhayo Ajno nitya sarvastvayam purano Nahaynateta hanyanisari. 24, sorry. Veda visvasanam ninitam ya enam ajam evayayam kasam sa jivishal partha kam kayati hanti kam vasami yanatosasya viya navanti grin nanati nanopanani Tata sani nani vihaya janaya ayani samyati navanti dehi nainam chindanti sastranaini nainam dahiti pavavatka na chainam kelanayantopo na soyayanti murutara achedeo yam adidyo yam et creo sosya vejacha nitya sarva gata sano akloyam sanatana.
Thank you, Kimberly. Let's give a big round of applause for Kimberly. Now, Tirtha. Tirtha will read from 25 to 48.
Avyaktoyamachintyoyam avikaryoyamunchyate tasmadevam vidhi vainam nanusochitamashasi ata chainam nityajatam nityam vamanyase mrutam tatapi tvam mahabaho nainam sochitamarhasi Jattasya hi dhruvo mrityur dhruvam janma mritasya cha tasmadapariharyerte natvam sochitamarhasi avyaktadini bhutani vyaktamadhyani bharata avyaktani dhananyeva tatra ka paridevana Ascharyavat pashanti kachinam Ascharyavat vadati tataiva chanya Ascharyavat chainamanya shrunoti Shrutvapyenam vedanam chaiva kaschit Dehi nityam avadyoyam Dehe sarvasya bharata Tasmat sarvani bhutani natvam sochitamarhasi swadharmamapi chaveksha navimpitam arhasi dharmyadi yudachreyo kshatriyana navidyate yadrichaya kopanam dvargadvaram apravritam Sukhina kshatriya partha labante yuddhamedrisham ata chetvam imam dharmyam sangaramamya karishyasi tata swadharmam kirtim cha hitva papam avapyasi akirtim chapi bhutani katayishyanti te vyayam Sambhavitasya chakritir marnadatirishakirte mam shanta yesham chatvam bahumato bhutva yasyasi lagavam avasyavadam shabuhan shyavata Nindantastava samartyam tato dukkataram nukim hato vyapya priyasvargam jitva vanokshase mahim tasmad uttishta kaunteya yuddhaya krita nischaya sukha dukke same krutva labha labhau jaya jayo तथा युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैनं पापमवाप्स्यसि एषा ते विहिता साङ्ख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे त्वमां शृणु बुद्ध्या युक्तो यया पार्थ कर्मबान्धमप्रहाप्स्यति नेहाभिब्रह्मसनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमपि अस्य धर्मस्य त्रयाते महतो भरत् व्यामिता बुद्धिर् एककुरुनन्दना बहु साक्षाह्रिणन्तश्च बुद्धयो व्यवसानीयम् यामिमं मोक्षं प्रवदन्त्ये विभाष्यता वेदवादारता पार्थ नान्यादाशिति वादिना कमाता मनस्वर्गापरा कर्म फलाप्रदं क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगैश्वर्यजतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां तया पार्थ चेतसां व्यवस्यात्मनिका बुद्धि समादौ न विद्यते त्रैगुण्या विषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुना निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वास्तो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मयम् यवान् आर्तयुदापाने सर्वथा सम्प्लुतोपके तवान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्रह्मं नास्य विजानीतः नैवेद्यर्नस्ते मा फलेषु यदाचना मा कर्मा फलहेतुर्भुर्मा ते सङ्गोऽस्वकर्मणि योगस्था कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्वक्तव्यं जया सिद्ध्यास्तिदो यसम्भूता सत्त्वं योग उच्यते.
Thank you, Tirtha. Now, Amit Prabhu will recite the remaining verses. Let's give a round of applause to Tirtha.
दुरेण ह्य अवरं कर्म बुद्धियोगा धनञ्जय बुद्धौ शरणमन्विच्छ कृपाण फलहेतवः बुद्धियुक्तो जहातीह उभे सुकृतदुष्कृते तस्माद् योगाय युज्यस्व योगकर्मसु कौशलं कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणः जन्मबन्धविनिर्मुक्त पदं गच्छन्त्य अनामयम् यदा ते मोहकलिलं बुद्धिर्व्यतितारिष्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेदं श्रोतव्यस्य श्रुतस्य च श्रुतिविप्रतिपन्नते यदा स्थास्यति निश्चल समाधाव अचल बुद्धिस्तदा योगम् अवाप्स्यसि. अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्य का भाषा समाधितस्य केशव स्थितधि किं प्रभाषेत किम् आसित व्रजते किम्. श्रीभगवान् उवाच प्रजाहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थमनोगतान् आत्मन्य एवात्मना तुष्टः स्थितप्रज्ञस्तदोच्यते. दुःखेष्व अनुद्विग्नमनः सुखेषु विगतस्पृहः वितरागभयक्रोधः स्थितधीर्मुनिरुच्यते. यः सर्वत्राणभिस्तत्तत्प्राप्य शुभाशुभं नाभिनन्दन्ति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता. यदा संहरते चायं कुर्मो अङ्गानि व सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिनः रसवर्जं रसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततो ह्य अपि कौन्तेय पुरुषस्य विपश्चितः इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरन्ति प्रसभं मनः तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आसीत मत्परः वाशे हि यस्येन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसः सङ्गस्तेषोपजायते सङ्गात् सञ्जायते कामः कामात् क्रोधोऽभिजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमः स्मृतिभ्रंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति रागद्वेषविमुक्तस्तु विषयान् इन्द्रियैश्चरन् आत्मवश्यैर्विधेयात्मा प्रसादम् अधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो याशु बुद्धिप्रयवतिष्ठते नास्ति बुद्धिरयुक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चाभाव्यत शान्तिर् आशान्तस्य कुतः सुखम् इन्द्रियाणां हि चरतां यन्मनो अनुविधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नावम् इवाम्भसि तस्माद् यस्य महाभावो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागरति संयम्यै यस्यां जागृतिभूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुने आपूर्यमानम् अचलप्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमाप प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामयं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे सा शान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामान् यः सर्वान् पुमांश्चरति निःस्पृहः निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः स शान्तिमधिगच्छति एषा ब्राह्मी स्थितः पार्थ नैनां प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थितवास्याम् अन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणमृच्छति.
Thank you, Amit Prabhu. Let's give a big round to Prabhu. Next, we will have chapter 2 translation. First, Ahana will read from 1 to 24, then Amrita Mataji from 25 to 48, and Deepa Mataji from 49 to 72. Come, Ahana.
Only the bold. Sanjaya said,
seeing Arjuna full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears. Madhusudana Krishna spoke the following words. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "My dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not all befitting a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets, but to infamy. O son of Putha, do not yield to this declaring impotence, it does not become you. Give up such pretty weakness of heart and arise, O chastisizer of the enemy. Arjuna said, O killer of enemies, O killer of Madhu, how can I counterattack with arrows in battle men like Bhishma, and Drona, who are worthy of my worship? It would be better to live in this world by begging than to live at the coast of lives and great souls who are my teachers, even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors. If they are killed, everything we enjoy will be tainted with blood. Nor do we know which is better, conquering them to be or being conquered by them. If we kill the sons of Dhritarashtra, we should not care to live. Yet they are now standing before us on the battlefield. Now I am confused about my duty, and I have lost all the composure because of my miserly weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is the best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrender unto you. Please instruct me. I can find no means to drive away this grief which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to dispel even if I win a prosperous, unrivaled kingdom on earth with sovereignty like the demigods in heaven. Sanjaya said, having spoken thus, Arjuna, chaster of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. O descendant of Bharata, at that time Krishna, smiling in the midst of both the armies, spoke the following words to grief-stricken Arjuna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, but speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Never there was a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. The embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age. The soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress and the disappearance of due course, they are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, ocean of Bharata, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. Best among men, best among men, Arjuna, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress, and is steady in both, certainly eligible for liberation eligible for liberation. Those who are seers of the truth have concluded that the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. They have concluded by studying the nature of both, which pervades the entire body. You should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy that imperishable soul. The material body of the indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal living entity is sure to come and therefore fight, O descendants of Bertha. Neither he is who he thinks the living entity, the slayer, nor he will think who it slain is in knowledge. For the self slays not, nor is slain. For the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come to being, and will not come to being. He is unborn, eternal, ever existing, and primeval. He is not slain when his body is slain. O Partha, how can a person know who knows that the soul is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable, kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? As a person puts on new garments, giving up the old ones, the soul similarly accepts the new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by wind. This individual soul is unbreakable, insoluble, and can be neither burnt nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, and eternally the same. It is said that
Haribol, very nice, Simon. Thank you. Now, Dutta Mataji.
Text chapter 2, text 26, 25 translation. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable, and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. If, however, you think that soul or the symptom of life will always be born and die forever, you still have no reason to lament, O mighty armed. One who has taken his birth is sure to die, and after death, one is sure to take birth again. Therefore, in the unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament. All created beings are unmanifest in their beginning, manifest in their interim state, and unmanifest again when annihilated. So what need is there for lamentation? Some look on the soul as amazing, some describe him as amazing, and some hear him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all. O descendant of Bharata, he who dwells in the body can never be slain. Therefore, you need not grieve for any living being. Considering your specific duty as Kshatriya, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles, and so there is no need for hesitation. O Partha, happy are the Kshatriyas to whom such fighting opportunities come unsought, opening for them the doors of the heavenly planets. If, however, you do not perform this religious duty of fighting, then you will certainly incur sins from neglecting your duties and thus lose your reputation as fighter. People will always speak of your infamy, and for a respectable person, dishonor is worse than death. The great generals who have highly esteemed your name and fame will think that you have left the battlefield out of fear only, and thus they will consider you as insignificant. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words and scorn your ability. What could be more painful for you? O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on the battlefield and attain the heavenly planets, or you will conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom. Therefore, get up with determination and fight. Do thou fight for the sake of fighting, without considering happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat, and by so doing you shall never incur sin. Thus far I have described this knowledge to you through analytical study. Now listen as I explain in terms of working without fruitive results. O son of Pritha, when you act in such knowledge, you can free yourself from the bondage of work. In this endeavor, there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear. Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Kurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute in many branched. Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for elevation to the heavenly planets, resultant good birth, power, and so forth. Being desirous of sense gratification and opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this. In the minds of those who are too attached to the sense enjoyment and material opulence, who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to Supreme Lord does not take place. The Vedas deal mainly with the subject of three modes of material nature. O Arjuna, become transcendental to these three modes. Be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in the self. All purpose served by a small well can at once be served by great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purpose of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. You have right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Perform your duty equipoised. O Arjuna, abandoning all attachment to success or failure. Such equanimity is called yoga. O Dhananjaya, keep all abominable activities far distant by devotional service, and in the consciousness surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers. 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. A man engaged in devotional service writes himself for both good and bad reaction even in this life. Therefore, strive for yoga, which is the art of all work. By thus engaging in devotional service to the Lord, great sages or devotees free themselves from the results of the work in the material world. In this way, they become free from the cycle of birth and death and attain the state beyond all miseries by going to the Godhead. When your intelligence has passed out of the dense forest of delusion, you shall become indifferent to all that has been heard and all that is to be heard. When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flowery language of the Vedas, and when it remains fixed in the trance of the self-realization, then you will have attained the divine consciousness. Arjuna said, "O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak and what is his language? How does he sit and what does he walk? How does he walk?" The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desire for sense gratification, which arise from mental concussion, when his mind thus purified finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness. One who is not disturbed in mind, even amidst the threefold miseries, or elated when there is a happiness, and who is free from attachment, fear, and anger, is called the sage of a steady mind. In the material world, one who is unaffected by whatever good or evil he may obtain, neither praising nor despising it, is firmly fixed in a perfect knowledge. One who is able to withdraw his senses from the sense objects, as the tortoise draws its limbs within its shell, is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness. Though the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, the taste for sense objects remains. But ceasing such engagement by experiencing a higher taste is fixed in consciousness. The senses are so strong and impetuous, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry the mind even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control them. One who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his consciousness upon me, is known as a man of steady intelligence. While contemplating the objects of a senses, a person develops attachment for them. From such attachment, lust develops, and from lust, anger arises. From anger,
from anger, complete delusion arises, and from delusion, bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost. When intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. But a person free from all attachment and aversion and able to control his senses through regulative principles of freedom can obtain complete mercy of the Lord. For one, thus satisfied in Krishna consciousness, threefold miseries of material existence exist. Existence exists no longer. In such satisfied consciousness, one's intelligence is soon well established. One who is not connected with Supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? As a strong wind sweeps away a board on the water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence. Therefore, O mighty arm, one whose senses are restrained from their objects is certainly of a steady intelligence. What is the night for all the beings? What is the night for all the beings is the time of awakening for self-control. And the time of awakening for all the beings is the night for introspective sage. A person who is not disturbed by incessant flow of desire that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desire. A person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desire, who has given up all the sense of proprietorship and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. That is the way of spiritual and godly life, after attaining which a man is not bewildered. If one is thus situated even at the hour of the death, one can enter into the kingdom of God.
Thank you very much, Deepa Mataji. So we had that slot open for a long time, and it was meant for Deepa Mataji. Thank you. Now we move on to chapter 3. Vipra will read 1 to 21, then Vishaka will read 22 to 43. Hare Krishna, Vipra.
Arjuna Vacha Jayasi Chitkarmanaste Mata Buddhir Janardana Tatkim Karmani Kore Mam Niyojayasi Keshava Yasi Vivekena Buddhim Mohayasi Vame Tad Ekam Vedinishitya Yena Shreyo Ham Apyunam Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Loke Sumindi Vidanishta Puru Prokta Manyanaka Jnana Yogena Sankhyanam Karma Yogena Yoginam Nakarmanam Shushmite Nacha Sanyasana Deva Siddhim Samadhi Yatit Nahi Chitchinam Api Jatu Tishtatya Sakam Krit Kartyate Yavasha Karma Sarva Praktijana Guni Karmendriya Samyanya Ya Aste Manasa Smaram Etriyam Tanatam Nitya Chara Sa Ujate यस्त्रिन्द्रियमनस्य नियम यरपतेर्जुना कर्मेन्द्रियकर्मयोगम् अशक्तं संवते यं तं कुरु कर्म त्वं कर्माज्यायो कर्मणा शरीरे यतिष्ठेन न प्रसीदे अकर्मणा कर्मनित्रो लोकोऽयं कर्म बन्धना तदर्थं कर्म कौन्तेय मुक्तसङ्गः समाचर सह यज्ञ प्रजा सृष्ट्वा पुरुवाचो प्रजापति अनेन प्रसविष्यतम् एषा वस्तु विस्ता कर्मदा ते देव भवन्यन्तु वा परस्परं भवन्यन्ता श्रेयःपरम् अवस्पष्टम् इस्तन् भोगान् हि वो देवा तस्यन्ते भग्नभाविता तारे पतन् विपो यो पुण्कितिस् इव सा यज्ञशिष्टा पुञ्जते विश्वता ये पश्यन्त्य अतं क्रमम् अनाद्भवन्ति भूतानि पर्जन्याद् अनसम्भवा यज्ञ भवति पर्जानो यज्ञकर्म समभवा कर्म ब्रह्मोद्भवं विधि ब्रह्मसरः समुद्भवं तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम् एवं प्रवर्तितं सत्कृं नानुस्वतेस्य अगरुष्निन्द्रियं मोगं पर्ता सजीवति यस्त्व आत्मारतिर्योषात् आत्मास्तिर्मानव आत्मान्येव च सन्तुष्टा तस्य कार्यं कृते नैव तस्य कृतो नैकृन्ते न च यस्य सर्वभूतेषु कश्चित् अत उपरिष्टः तस्मात् अशक्तः कर्म करस्य अशक्तो ह्यकरं परम् आप्नोति पुरुषः कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ति अष्टिसंतया लोकसङ्ग्रहम् एवापि सम्पश्यन् कुर्वन्ति यद्यद् तत् एव तरो जना स यत् प्रमाणं कुरुते लोकस्तद् अनुवर्तते
Thank you, Vipra.
Maybe.
यदि ह्यहं न वर्तेयं चातुर्कर्मण्यतन्त्रितः मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्यपार्थ सर्वशः उत्सिद्येयुरिमे लोका न कुर्यं कर्म चेदहं संकारस्य च कर्तस्यम् उपाहन्यं ममप्रजा संकर्माण्य विद्वांसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारतः कुर्याद् विद्वांस्तथा सक्तश्चित्तेषु लोकसङ्ग्रहम् न बुद्धिभेदजनयेत् अज्ञानं कर्मसङ्गिनां चोषायेत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्तः समाचरन् गुणैकर्माणि सर्वशा अहङ्कार विमूढात्मा कर्ताहमिति मन्यते तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विमोहयो गुणागुणेषु वर्तन्ता इति मत्वा न जायते प्रकृतिर्गुणसम्मूढा जयन्ते गुणकर्मसु अन्नकृत्स्ना विमोहन्तान् कृष्णा भिन्ना विचरन्ते मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि संन्यासत्यात्मकैतः निराशे निर्ममो भूत्वा युध्यस्व विगतः ये मे मत्तमिदं नित्यम् अनुतिष्ठन्ति मानवः तद्वन्तो न श्रूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मभिः ये तादप्यश्रूयन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतम् सर्वज्ञानविभूतं तं प्रकृते ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं याति भूतानि निग्रह किं करिष्यति इन्द्रियस्येन्द्रियस्यार्थे रागद्वेषौ व्यवस्थितौ तयोर्नावशमागच्छेत् तौ ह्यस्य परिपन्थितौ श्रेयान् स्वधर्मविगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनस्थितः स्वधर्मे निधनान् श्रेया परधर्मो भवः अर्जुन उवाच अथा केन प्रयुक्तोऽयं प्रमाचति वर्षा अनीचानपि वर्ष्णेया कालदीपो न ज्योते श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एष राजगुणसमुद्भवन् महशानो महापाप्मा विद्येनामिहं वैरिणाम् तु मे नित्यविद् यथा दर्शो मलेन च यथोदेनावृतो गर्भैस्तथा ते नेत्रमावृतम् आवृतं ज्ञानयेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पूरेण मलेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिरस्याधिष्ठानमुच्यते एतैर्विमोहयत्यश्च ज्ञानम् आवृतं देहिनाम् तस्मात्त्वम् इन्द्रियाण्यतौ नियाम्य भरतर्षभ पाप्मानं प्रजहीयेनाम् ज्ञानविज्ञानं भाषणम् इन्द्रियाणि परन्याहुः इन्द्रिये प्रणः मानसस्तु परा बुद्धिर्यो बुद्धिर्परतुषभः एवं परा बुद्ध्वा संस्तभ्यं मनः जहि शत्रु महाबाहो कामरूपदुराशदम्
Thank you, Vishaka. Now we will read the translation for chapter 3, 1 to 21. Malini Mataji will read, and Kimberly will read 22 to 43.
Hare Krishna, chapter 3, translation by Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Arjuna said, O Janardana, O Keshava, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruity work? My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Therefore, please tell me decisively which will be most beneficial for me. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O sinless Arjuna, I have already explained that there are two classes of men who try to realize the self. Some are inclined to understand it by empirical philosophical speculation, and others by devotional service. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. One who restrains the senses of action, but whose mind dwells on sense objects, certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. On the other hand, if a sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and begins karma yoga in Krishna consciousness without attachment, he is by far superior. Perform your prescribed duty, for doing so is better than not working. One cannot even maintain one's physical body without work. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain free from bondage. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, "Be thou happy by this yajna, sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieving liberation." The demigods, being pleased by sacrifices, will also please you, and thus, by cooperation between men and demigods, prosperity will reign for all. In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods, being satisfied by the performance of yajna, sacrifice, will supply all necessities to you. But he who enjoys such gifts without offering them to the demigods in return is certainly a thief. The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal and sense enjoyment verily eat only sin. All living bodies subsist on food grains which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, sacrifice, and yajna is born of prescribed duties. Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, the all-pervading transcendence is eternally situated in acts of sacrifice. My dear Arjuna, one who does not follow in human life the cycle of sacrifice thus established by the Vedas certainly leads a life full of sin. Living only for the satisfaction of the senses, such a person lives in vain. But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of self-realization, and who is satisfied in the self only, fully satiated, for him there is no duty. A self-realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other living being. Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty, for by working without attachment, one attains the supreme. Kings such as Janaka attained perfection solely by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. Whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. Hare Krishna.
O son of Pritha, there is no work prescribed for me within all the three planetary systems. Nor am I in want of anything, nor have I need to obtain anything, and yet I am engaged in prescribed duties. For if I ever failed to engage in carefully performing prescribed duties, O Partha, certainly all men would follow my path. If I did not perform prescribed duties, all these worlds would be put to ruination. I would be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would thereby destroy the peace of all living beings. As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, the learned may similarly act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path. so as not to disrupt the minds of ignorant men attached to the fruitive results of prescribed duties, a learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, he should engage them in all sorts of activities for the gradual development of Krishna consciousness. The spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. One who is in knowledge of the absolute truth, almighty armed, does not engage himself in the senses and sense gratification, knowing well the differences between work in devotion and work for fruitive actions. Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engage themselves in material activities and become attached. But the wise should not unsettle them, although these duties are inferior due to the performer's lack of knowledge. Therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your works unto me with full knowledge of me, without desires for profit, with no claims for proprietorship, and free from lethargy, fight. Those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions and who follow these teachings faithfully without envy become free from the bondage of fruitive actions. But those who out of envy disregard these teachings and do not follow them regularly are to be considered bereft of all knowledge, befooled, and ruined in their endeavors for perfection. Even a man of knowledge acts according to his own nature, for everyone follows the nature he has acquired from the three modes. What can repression accomplish? These are the principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties, even though faultily, than another's duties perfectly. Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duty, for to follow another's path is dangerous. Arjuna said, O descendant of Vrishni, by what is one impelled to sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force? The Supreme Personality of God said, It is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material mode of passion and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world. As fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, the living entity is similarly covered by different degrees of lust. Thus, the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire. The senses, the mind, and the intelligence are the sitting places of this lust. Through them, lust covers the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him. Therefore, O Arjuna, best of Bharatas, in the very beginning curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses, and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. The working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses, intelligence is still higher than the mind, and he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind, and intelligence, O mighty armed Arjuna, one should steady the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence, Krishna consciousness, and thus, by spiritual strength, conquer this insatiable enemy known as lust. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kimberly. Now we will start chapter 4. Chapter 4 verses will be recited by Abhay Prabhu, 1 to 21. Then Rohini Mataji will recite from 22 to 42. In English, I will read till 21. Nitesh Prabhu is here? Okay. Nitesh Prabhu, the remaining.
श्री राधा कृष्ण भगवान की जय, श्री गौर निताई की जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। श्री भगवानुवाच इमं विवस्वते योगं प्रोक्तवान् अहं व्ययम् विवस्वान् मनवे प्राह मनुरीश्वकवे ब्रवीत् इवं परम्परा प्राप्तम् इमं राजर्षयो विदुः सकाले नेह महता योगे नष्टः परन्तप स एवायमया तेद्य योगः प्रोक्तः पुरातनः भक्तोऽसि मे सखा चेति रहस्यं हेतदमुत्तमम्। अर्जुन उवाच अपरं भवतो जन्म परं जन्म विवस्वतः कथम् एतत् विजानीयाम् त्वम् आदौ प्रोक्तवानिति। श्रीभगवानुवाच बहूनि मे व्यतीतानि जन्मानि तव चार्जुन यानहं वेद सर्वाणि न त्वं वेत्थ परन्तप अजोऽपि सन् अव्यक्त्मा भूतानामीश्वरोऽपि सन् प्रकृतिं स्वाम् अधिष्ठाय सम्भवाम्य आत्ममायया यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानमधर्मस्य आत्मानं सजाम्यहम् परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे। जन्म कर्म च मे दिव्यम् एवं यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः त्यक्त्वा देहं पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सोऽर्जुन। वीतरागभय क्रोधा मन्मया माम उपाश्रिताः बहवो ज्ञानतपसा भूता मद्धाममागतः ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते तां तथैव भजाम्यहम् मम वर्तमानानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्याः पार्थ सर्वशः काङ्क्षतः कर्मणा सिद्धिं यजन्त इह देवता क्षिप्रं हि मानुषे लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा चतुर्वर्ण्यं मया सृष्टं गुणकर्मा विभागशः तस्य कर्तारमपि मां विद्य अकर्तारम् अव्ययम् न मां कर्माणि लिम्पन्ति न कमि कर्म फले स्पृहा इति मां योऽभिजानाति कर्मभिः न स बध्यति एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मेव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वे पूर्वतरं कृतं किं कर्म किम् अकर्मेति कवयोऽप्यत्र मोहितः तत ते कर्म प्रवक्ष्यामि यद्यात्वा मोक्षसे शुभात् कर्मणो यपि बौद्धव्यं च विकर्मणः अकर्मणश्च बौद्धव्यं गहना कर्मणो गतिः अकर्म यः पश्येत् अकर्मणि च कर्म यः स बुद्धिमान् मनुष्येषु स युक्तः कृष्ण कर्मकृत् यस्य सर्वे समारम्भाः कामसङ्कल्पवर्जिताः ज्ञानाग्निदग्धकर्माणं तमाहुः पण्डितं बुधः त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गं नित्यतृप्तो निराश्रयः कर्मण्य अभिप्रवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सः निराशीर्यता चित्तात्मा त्यक्त सर्वपरिग्रहः शारीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वान्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम्।
Thank you, Prabhu.
यदृच्छालाभसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्वातीतो विमत्सरः समः सिद्धावसिद्धौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते गतसङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानावस्थितचेतसः यज्ञायाचरत कर्म समाग्रं प्रविलीयते ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्म हविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्मा समाधिना दैवमेवापरे यज्ञं योगिनः पर्युपासते ब्रह्माज्ञावपरे यज्ञं यज्ञेनैवोपजुह्वति श्रोत्रादीनिन्द्रियाणन्ये संयमाग्निषु जुह्वति शब्दादीन् विषयानन्या इन्द्रियाग्निषु जुह्वति सर्वानीन्द्रियकर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयमयोगाग्नौ जुह्वति ज्ञानदीपिते द्रव्ययज्ञास्तपो यज्ञा योगयज्ञास्तथा परे स्वाध्याययज्ञश्च यतया संशिता व्रतः अपाने जुह्वति प्राणं प्राणोपानां तथा परे प्राणान् प्राणगतिरुग्ध्वा प्राणायामपरायणः अपरे नियताहाराः प्राणान् प्राणेषु जुह्वति सर्वप्येते यज्ञविदो यज्ञक्षपीतकल्मषा यज्ञशिष्टामृतभुजौ यान्ति ब्रह्म सनातनं नायं लोकोऽस्तयज्ञस्य कुतोऽन्य कुरु सत्तमा एवं बहुविधा यज्ञा वितता ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजान् विदितान् सर्वम् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्षसे श्रेवं द्रव्यमयाद्यज्ञ रग्नं परन्तपा सर्वकर्मखिलं पार्थ ज्ञाने परिसमाप्यते तद्विधि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदिक्षन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शनः यज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यास्यसि पाण्डवा येन भूतान्यशेषाणि द्रक्ष्यत् आत्मानो मयि अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यो सर्वेभ्यो पापकृत्तमः सर्वं ज्ञानप्लवे श्रीमं सृजनं सन्तरिष्यसि यथैधांसि समिग्धोऽग्निर्भस्मसात् कुरुतेऽर्जुन ज्ञानाग्नि सर्वकर्माणि भस्मसात् कुरुते तथा न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रमिह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धः कालेनात्मानि विन्दति श्रद्धावान् लभते ज्ञानं तत्परः संयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिम् आचिरेणाधिगच्छति अज्ञानश्रद्धानश्च संशयं विनश्यति नायं लोकोऽस्ति न परो न सुखं संशयात्मनः योगसन्न्यस्तकर्माणं ज्ञानसञ्छिन्न संशयम् आत्मवन्तं न कर्माणि निर्वदन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मात् अज्ञान सम्भूतं रिक्तं ज्ञानासितम् आत्मनः चित्वैनं संशयं योगम् आतिष्ठ भारत.
Thank you very much, Mataji. It was very nice recitation. Now I will read till 21, the translation. Chapter 4, Transcendental Knowledge, Translation and Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Text 1. The personality of Godhead, Lord Shri Krishna, said, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god, Vivaswan, and Vivaswan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu in turn instructed it to Ikshvaku. 2. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in course of time, the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it is appears to be lost. That very ancient science of relationship with Supreme is today told by me to you because you are my devotee as well as my friend, and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of this science. Arjuna said, "The sun god Vivaswan is senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed the science to him?" The personality of Godhead said, "Many, many births, both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O subduer of the enemy. Although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Whenever and wherever there is decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. To deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion, I myself appear millennium after millennium. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Being freed from attachment, fear, and anger, being fully absorbed in me and taking refuge in me, many, many persons in the past became purified by the knowledge of me, and thus they all attained transcendental love for me. As all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Pritha. Men in this world desire success in fruitive activities, and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, of course, men get results from fruitive work in this world. According to the three modes of material nature and the work associated with them, the four divisions of human society are created by me. And although I am the creator of the system, you should know that I'm yet the non-doer, being unchangeable. There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. One who understands this truth about me also does not become entangled in the fruitive reactions of work. All the liberated souls in ancient times acted with this understanding of my transcendental nature. Therefore, you should perform your duty, following in their footsteps. Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now, I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all misfortune. The intricacies of action are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should know properly what action is, what forbidden action is, and what inaction is. One who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is intelligent among men, and he is in the transcendental position, although engaged in all sorts of activities. One is understood to be in full knowledge, whose every endeavor is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He is said to be the sages, to be a worker for whom the reactions of work have been burned up by the fire of perfect knowledge. Abandoning all attachment to the results of his activities, ever satisfied and independent, he performs no fruitive action, although engaged in all kinds of undertakings. Such a man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence perfectly controlled, gives up all sense of proprietorship over his possessions, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus working, he is not affected by the sinful reactions. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Now Nitesh Prabhu will read.
Yes. Hare Krishna. He who is satisfied with the gain which comes of its own accord, who is free from duality and does not envy, who is steady in both success and failure, is never entangled, although performing actions. The work of a man who is unattached to the modes of material nature and who is fully situated in transcendental knowledge merges entirely into transcendence. A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities, in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature. Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them, and some of them offer sacrifices in the fire of the Supreme Brahman. Some sacrifice the hearing process and senses in the fire of mental control, and others sacrifice the objects of the senses in the fire of the senses. Others who are interested in achieving self-realization through control of mind and senses offer the functions of all the senses and of the life breath as oblations into the fire of controlled mind. Having accepted strict vows, some become enlightened by sacrificing their possessions, and others by performing severe austerities. By practicing the yoga of eightfold mysticism, or by studying the Vedas to advance in transcendental knowledge. Still others who are inclined to the process of breath restraint to remain in trance, practice by offering the movement of the outgoing breath into the incoming and incoming breath into the outgoing, and thus at last remain in trance, stopping all breathing. Others, curtailing the eating process, offer the outgoing breathing into itself as a sacrifice. All these performers who know the meaning of sacrifice become cleansed of sinful reactions, and having tasted the nectar of results of sacrifices, they advance towards the supreme eternal atmosphere. O best of the Kuru dynasty, without sacrifice one can never live happily on this planet or in this life. What then of the next? All these different types of sacrifice are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will become liberated. O chastiser of the enemy, the sacrifice performed in knowledge is better than the mere sacrifice of material possessions. After all, O son of Partha, O son of Pratha, all sacrifices of work culminate in transcendental knowledge. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge on to you because they have seen the truth. Having obtained real knowledge from a self-realized soul, you will never fall again into such illusions. For by this knowledge you will see that all living beings are but part of the Supreme, or in the other words, they are mine. Even if you are considered to be the most sinful of all the sinners, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries. As a blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activities. In this world, there is nothing so sublime and pure as transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is the mature fruit of all mysticism. One who has become accomplished in the practice of devotional service enjoys this knowledge within himself in due course of time. A faithful man who is dedicated to transcendental knowledge and who subdues his senses is eligible to achieve such knowledge, and having achieved it, he quickly attains the supreme spiritual peace. But ignorant and faithless person who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness. They fall down. For the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. One who acts in devotional service, renouncing the fruits of his actions, and whose doubts have been destroyed by transcendental knowledge, is situated factfully in the self. Thus, he is not bound by the reactions of work, O conqueror of riches. Therefore, the doubts which have arisen in your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapon of knowledge. Armed with yoga, O Bharata, stand and fight. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Nitesh Prabhu. Now we will start chapter 5. Chapter 5 verses will be recited by Shweta Mataji and translation by Yana. You can sit here with your mamka.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 5, Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. Arjuna Uvacha Sanyasam Karmanam Krishna Punaryogam cha samshasi Yachriya etayorikam Tanme bruhi sunishchitam Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Sanyasah Karma Yogascha Nihashreyasakaro bhau Tayosti karma sanyasat Karma yoga vishishyate Yeyasa nitya sanyasi Yo na dveshti na kankshati Nirdvando hi mahabaho Sukham bandhat pramuchyate Sankhya yoga prathagbala Pravadanti na panditaha Ekam api asthita samyag Ubhayor vindate phalam Yat sankhyaye prapyate sthanam Tad yogairapi gamyate Ekam sankhyam cha yogam cha Yah pashyati sapashyati Sanyasastu mahabaho Dukkham aptum ayogatah Yoga yukto munir brahma Nachirendra bigachati Yoga yukto vishuddhatma Vijitatma jitendriyah Sarva bhutatma bhutatma Kurvannapi na lipyate Naiva kinchit karomiti Yukto manyeta tattvavita Pashyan shravan sparshan jigran Ashnan gachan swapan swashan Pralapan vijanan Unmishan nimishan api Indriyartheshu Vartanta iti dharayan Brahmani adhyatmani Sangam tyaktva karoti yah Lipyate nasa papena Padmapatram ivambasah Kayena manasa buddhya Kevalerindriyarapi Yogina karma kurvanti Sangam tyaktvatman sardhaye Yuktatman karpalam tyaktva Shantim apnoti naishtikim Ayuktaha kamakarena Pale sakto nibadhyate Sarva karmani manasa Samyasate sukham vasi Navdware pure dehi Naiva kurvanna karayan Na kratvam na karmani Lokasya sujiti prabhu Na karma phala samyogam Swabhavasatu pavartate Nadante kasyachit papam Na chaiva sukratam vibhuhu Ajnanaiva vratam jnanam Tena muyanti jantavah Jnanena tu tad ajnanam Yesham nashtim atmanah Tesham aditya vajjnanam Pratyashasti tatparam Tadbuddhayas tadatmanas
तन्निष्ठास्तत्परायणः गच्छन्ति य पुनर्वृत्तिं ज्ञाननिरुधात् कल्मषः ब्राह्मणी गविहस्तिनी शुनी चैव स्वपाके च पंडितः समकार्जितः सर्गो येषां साम्ये स्थितं मनः निर्दोषं हि समं ब्रह्म तस्मात् ब्राह्मणी ते स्थितः न प्रहसीत् प्राप्यं नो द्विजेत् प्राप्य चाप्यम् स्थिरबुद्धिरसम्मूढो ब्रह्मविद् ब्रह्मणि स्थितः बाह्यस्पर्शे स्वासक्तात्मा विन्दति आत्मनि यत् सुखं स ब्रह्मयोगयुक्तात्मा सुखम् असख्यम् अश्नुते दुःखयोनिव एव ते आदियन्ते त्वकौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः यद्षोढं प्रकृशरीरविमोक्षणात् कामक्रोधं वेगं स युक्तः स सुखी नरः यो न तस्मात् तथान्तरज्योतिरेव य स योगी ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ब्रह्मभूतोऽधिगच्छति लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ऋषिर्कलमश छिन्नद्वैधयतात्मान सर्वभूताहिते रतः कामक्रोधो विमुक्तात्मा यतीनां यतचेतसाम् अभीतो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं वर्तते विन्दितात्मनाम् स्पर्शस्सन् कृत्वा बाहिर्ब्रह्म्यं चक्षुश्चैवन्तरे भ्रुवो प्राणपानौ समौ कृत्वा नाशभ्यन्तरचारिणौ यतेन्द्रियमनोबुद्धिर्मुनिर्मोक्षपरायणः विगते च बह्यन्क्रोध यः सदा मुक्त एव सः भोक्तारामयज्ञात् तपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सुभद्रं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मम शान्तिं रक्षति.
Thank you, Mataji, for the recitation. Now Yana will read the translation.
Arjuna said, O Krishna, first of all you asked me to renounce work. And then, again, you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me, definitely which of the two is more beneficial? The personality of Godhead replied, the renunciation of work and work in devotional service are both good for liberation. But of the two, work in devotional service is better than renunciation of work. One who neither hates nor desires the fruits of his activities is known to be always renounced. Such a person, free from all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage and is completely liberated. O mighty armed Arjuna! Only the ignorant speak of devotional service as being different from the analytical study of material world. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves results of both. One who knows that the position reached by means of analytical study can also be attained by devotional service, and who therefore sees analytical study and devotional service to be on the same level, sees things as they are. Merely renouncing all activities, yet not engaging in all devotional service of the Lord cannot make one happy, but a thoughtful person engaged in devotional service can achieve supreme without delay. One who works in devotion, who is a pure soul, and who controls his mind and senses is dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such a man is never entangled. A person in the divine consciousness, although engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping, and breathing, always knows within himself that he actually does nothing at all, because he always knows that only the material senses are engaged with their objects and that he is aloof from them. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the results unto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by sinful action, as the lotus leaf is untouched by water. The yogis, abandoning attachment, act with body, mind, intelligence, and even with the senses, only for purpose of purification. The steadily devoted soul attains unadulterated peace because he offers the result of all activities to me, whereas a person who is not in union with the divine, who is greedy for the fruits of his labor, becomes entangled. When the embodied living being controls his nature and mentally renounces all actions, he resides happily in the city of 9 gates, neither working nor causing work to be done. The embodied spirit, master of city of his body, does not create activities, nor does he induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of his action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature. Nor does the Supreme Lord assume any sinful or pious activities. Embodied beings, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers the real knowledge. When, however, one is enlightened with the knowledge by which science is destroyed, then his knowledge reveals everything, as the sun lights up everything in the daytime. When one's intelligence, mind, faith, and refuge are all fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings through complete knowledge and proceeds straight on the path of liberation. The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, see with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater. Those whose minds are established in sameness and equanimity have already conquered the conditions of birth and death. They are flawless like a Brahman, and thus they are already situated in Brahman. A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant nor laments upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self-intelligent, who is unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, already situated in transcendence. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense, pleasure, but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys ultimate happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. An intelligent person does not take part in the source of misery, which are due to contact with the material sense. O son of Kunti, such pleasures have a beginning and an end, and so the wise man does not delight in them. Before giving up this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of the material senses and checks the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and happy in this world. One whose happiness is within, who is active and rejoices within, and whose aim is inward, is actually the perfect mystic. He is liberated in the Supreme, and ultimately he attains the Supreme. Those who are beyond the dualities that arise from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, who are always busy working for welfare of all living beings, and who are free from all sins, achieve liberation in the Supreme. Those who are free from anger and all material desires, who are self-realized, self-disciplined, and constantly endeavoring for perfection, are assured of liberation in the Supreme in the very near future. shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye's vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses, and interior legends. The transcendentalist, aiming at liberation, becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated. A person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the Supreme Lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material misery.
Thank you, Shweta Mataji. Thank you, Yana. That was very nice. Next, we will start with chapter 6. Chapter 6, verses 1 to 23, Karthik will recite. Then Gopika Mataji will recite 24 to 47. Hare Krishna, Karthik. Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 6, Dhyana Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Anashrita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karotiya Sa Sannyasi Cha Yogi Cha Na Nirgnir Chakriyah Yam Sanyasamiti Prahur Yogam Tam Vidhi Pandava Nahi Anyanyasta Sankalpo Yogi Bhavati Kasyana Arukshormunir कर्म कारणमुच्यते योगारूढस्य तस्यैव क्षमा कारणमुच्यते इदाहीनेन्द्रियार्थेषु न कर्मस्वनुसर्जते सर्वसङ्कल्पसन्न्यासी योगारूढस्तदोच्यते उद्धरेत् आत्मनात्मानं नात्मानम् अवसादयेत् आत्मैव हि आत्मानो बन्धुर् आत्मैव रिपुरात्मनः बन्धुरात्मानस्तस्य ह्येतात्मैव तथाचिता नत्मानस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तैत्मैव शत्रुवत् जितात्मानः प्रश्नस्य परात्मात्मान संहितः शीतोष्ण सुखदुःखेषु तथात्मात्मानयो ज्ञानविज्ञानतृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रियः युक्त इति उच्यते योगी समलोष्टाश्मसञ्चनः सूर्णमित्रेरिउन्नसिना न्यस्तद्वेषबन्धुषु साधुस्व अपि पापेषु समबुद्धिर्विशिष्यते योगी युञ्जत सततम् आत्मनं रहसि स्थिता एककी यत चैतान्मा निराशीर अपग्राहिका शुकौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरम् आसनम् आत्मनः नाति उच्छित्तम् आतिथ्यम् येलजीन कुशोत्तरम् तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वा यथा चित्तेन्द्रिया क्रिया उपैविष्यानि जुञ्जत् योगम् आत्मविशुद्धये समं काय शिरोग्रीवं धारयन् अचलं स्थिरा सम्प्रेक्ष्य नशिगाग्रं स्वं दिशश्चानवलोकयन् प्रशान्तात्मा विगताभिर्ब्रह्मचारी व्रते स्थितः मनः संयम्य चित्तो युक्त आसीत् मत्परः युञ्जन् एवं सदात्मानं योगी नियतमानसः शान्तिं निर्वाणपरात्मानं मत्संस्थन् अधिगच्छति नति अश्नातस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्तमनस्ततः नाचति स्वप्नशीलस्य जाग्रतो नैव चार्जुन युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेतस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः यदा विनियतं चित्तम् आत्मनि एव वस्थिते निष्परा सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्त इति उच्यते दीपो निवर्तस्थो निन्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यतचित्तस्य युञ्यतो योगमात्मनः यत्रो पारमते चित्तं निरुद्धं योगसेवया याता चैवात्मनम् आत्मम् पश्यन् आत्मनि तुष्यति सुखम् आत्यन्तिकं यत्तद् बुद्धिग्राह्यम् अतीन्द्रियं वेति यात न चैवम् स्थितश्चालति तत्त्वतः यं लब्ध्वा परं लब्धं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणपि विचाल्यते तं विद्यत् दुःखसंयोग वियोग्यं योगसंज्ञितम्. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Karthik. That was very nice. Now, Gopika Mataji will recite the remaining verses.
ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय. तं विद्या दुःखसंयोग वियोगं योगसंनितं सनिश्चयेन योक्तव्यो योगो निर्विण्णचेतसा सङ्कल्पप्रभवान् कामस्त्वक्त्वा सर्वनशेषता मनसैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्तता शनैः शनैरुपरमेत् बुद्ध्या धृतिगिरीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तयेत् यतो यतो निश्चलति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम्यैतद् आत्मनेवेव संनयात् प्रशान्तमनसं ह्येनं योगिनं सुख उत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतम् अकल्मषं युञ्जन्नेवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्म संस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखाश्नुते सर्वभूतस्थमात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः यो मन् पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजते कात्मस्थितः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्ममौपौमेन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा याति वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मतः अर्जुन उवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्तः साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि सञ्चलत्वात् स्थितं स्थिरं सञ्चलं हि मनः कृष्ण प्रमाति बलवदृढं तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायोरिव दुष्करं श्रीभगवानुवाच असंशयं महाबाहो मनोधुर्निग्रहं चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येन च गीर्यते असंयतात्मना योगो दुष्प्राप इति मे मतिः वश्यात्मना तु यतता साख्यो वाप्तुमुपायत अर्जुन युवाच अयति श्रद्धयोपेतो योगाच्चलितमानसः अप्रपयोगसंसिद्धं कां गच्छति कच्चिन् विप्रस्ताश्चिन्नाभ्रम् इव नश्यति अप्रतिष्ठोन्महाबाहो विमूढो ब्रह्मणापति एतन्मे संशयं कृष्णा चेतुं हर्यस शेषतः त्वद्धन्य संशयस्यास्य चेतनायुपपद्यते श्रीभगवानुवाच पार्थ नैवेहमामुत्र विनाशास्तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणकृत् कश्चित् दुर्गतिं तात गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतां लोकान् उषित्वा शाश्वती समः शुशीनां श्रीमतां गेहि योगभ्रम जायते अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभातरं लोके जन्म यदीश्वरं तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभते पौर्वदेहिकं यतते च ततो भूय संसिद्धु कुरु नन्दन पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव ह्रियते ह्यवसोऽपिशः जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दब्रह्माति वर्तते नाद्यतमानस्तु योगी संशुद्ध किल्बिषः अनेक जन्म संसिद्धस्ततो याति परां गतिः तपस्विभ्योऽधिको योगी ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिकः कर्मिभ्यश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन योगिनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनान्तरात्मना श्रद्धवान् भजते यो मां समे युक्ततमो मतः ओम तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु भगवद्विद्यानां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवादे आत्मसंयोग नाम शास्त्रोऽध्यायः श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवाद.
Thank you very much, Gopika Mataji. Very good. Let's give a big round of applause. Very beautiful, Mataji. Now we will read the translation. Nick Prabhu and Mariel Mataji will read. Prabhu will read till 23 and Mataji will read the remaining. After chapter 6, we will have summary of chapters 7 to 12. Vishaka will be reading.
Hare Krishna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "One who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is a true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no duty." When what is called renunciation, you should know to be the same as yoga, or linking oneself with the Supreme, O son of Pandu. For one can never become a yogi unless he renounces the desire for sense gratification. For one who is a neophyte in the Eightfold Yoga system, work is said to be the means, and for one who is already elevated in yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means. A person who is said to be elevated in yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities. One must deliver himself with the help of his mind and not degrade himself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. For one who has conquered the mind, the supersoul is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. A person is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi or mystic when he is fully satisfied by virtue of acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones, or gold, as the same. A person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest, well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral, mediators, the envious, friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners, all with an equal mind. A transcendentalist should always engage his body, mind, and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness. To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay kusa grass on the ground and then cover it with a deer skin and soft cloth. The seat should neither be too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses, and activities and fixing the mind on one point. One should hold one's body, neck, and head erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from sex life, one should meditate upon me within the heart and make me the ultimate goal of life. Thus, practicing constant control of the body, mind, and activities, the mystic transcendentalist, his mind regulated, attains to the kingdom of God, or the abode of Krishna, by cessation of material existence. There is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi, O Arjuna, if one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much or does not sleep enough. He who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation, and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. When the yogi, by practice of yoga, disciplines his mental activities and becomes situated in the transcendence, devoid of all material desires, he is said to be well established in yoga. As a lamp in the windless place does not waver, so the transcendentalist, whose mind is controlled, remains always steady in his meditation on the transcendent self. In the stage of perfection called trance or samadhi, one's mind is completely restrained from material mental activities by practice of yoga. This perfection is characterized by one's ability to see the self by the pure mind and to relish and rejoice in the self. In that joyous state, one is situated in boundless transcendental happiness, realized through transcendental senses. Established thus, one never departs from the truth, and upon gaining this, he thinks there is no greater gain. Being situated in such a position, one is never shaken, even in the midst of greatest difficulty. This indeed is the actual freedom from all miseries arising from material contact. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. One should engage oneself in the practice of yoga with determination and faith, and not be deviated from the path. One should abandon, without exception, all material desires born of mental speculation, and thus control all the senses on all sides by the mind. Gradually, step by step, one should become situated in trance by means of intelligence sustained by full conviction,
and thus the mind should be fixed on the self alone and should think of nothing else. From wherever the mind wanders due to its flickering and unsteady nature, one must certainly withdraw it and bring it back under the control of the self. The yogi whose mind is fixed on me verily attains the highest perfection of transcendental happiness. He is beyond the mode of passion. He realizes his qualitative identity with the Supreme, and thus he is freed from all reactions to past deeds. Thus, the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental loving service to the Lord. A true yogi observes me in all beings and also sees every being in me. Indeed, the self-realized person sees me, the same Supreme Lord, everywhere. For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I am never lost, nor is he ever lost to me. Such a yogi who engages in the worshipful service of the Supersoul, knowing that I and the Supersoul are one, remains always in me in all circumstances. He is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress, O Arjun. Arjun said, O Madhusudana, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and unendurable to me, for the mind is restless and unsteady. For the mind is restless, turbulent, obstinate, and very strong, O Krishna, and to subdue it, I think, is more difficult than controlling the wind. Lord Krishna said, O Almighty Arm, son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible by suitable practice and by detachment. For one whose mind is unbridled, self-realization is difficult work. But he whose mind is controlled and who strives by appropriate means is assured of success. That is my opinion. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist who in the beginning takes to the process of self-realization with faith, but who later desists to the worldly mindedness and thus does not attain perfection in mysticism? Almighty Arm Krishna, does not such a man who is bewildered from the path of transcendence fall away from both spiritual and material success and perish like a riven cloud with no position in any sphere? This is my doubt of Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely. But for you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Son of Pritha, a transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction, either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil. The unsuccessful yogi, after many, many years of enjoyment on the planets of the pious living entities, is born into a family of righteous people, or into a family of rich aristocracy. Or, if unsuccessful after long practice of yoga, he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly, such a birth is rare in this world. On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous life, and he again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success, O son of Kuru. By virtue of the divine consciousness of his previous life, he automatically becomes attracted to the yogic principles, even without seeking them. Such an inquisitive transcendentalist stands away above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures. And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, being washed of all contaminations, then ultimately achieving perfection after many, many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal. A yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empiricist, and greater than the fruitive worker. Therefore, O Arjuna, in all circumstances be a yogi. And of all yogis, the one with great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself, then renders transcendental loving service to me. He is the most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. That is my opinion. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Nick Prabhu and Mariel Mataji. That was a very nice reading. Now we will have summary of chapter 7 to 12. Upendra Priya Prabhu was supposed to be here and give the summary, but he had some other commitments. So Vishaka will be reading the summary. He prepared the summary and gave it to her. Over to you, Vishaka. Devotees, feel free to stand up, and I know we've been sitting from 8:30, so feel free to do some exercise, stretches.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadadi Swapadantikam Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Panchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavandhyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaura Tvishe Namaha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kantha Radha Kantha Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Summary of chapter 12 or chapter 7 to chapter 12 called Bhakti Yoga section. Chapter 7, Knowledge of the Absolute Truth. Lord Krishna is the supreme truth, the supreme cause and the sustaining force of everything, both material and spiritual. Advanced souls surrender unto him in devotion, whereas impious souls divert their minds to other objects of worship. Krishna reveals himself as the origin of all material and spiritual energies. Although his energy manifests material nature with three states of being, goodness, passion, and ignorance, Krishna is not under material control, but everyone else is, except those who have surrendered unto him. Krishna is the essence of everything, the taste of water, the heat and fire, the sound and ether, the light of the sun and the moon, the ability in man, the original fragrance of the earth, the intelligence of the intelligence, and the life of all that lives. 4 types of men surrender to Krishna, and 4 types don't. Those who do not surrender remain covered by Krishna's temporary illusory potency and can never know him. But pious people become eligible for surrender to devotional service. Among them, those who understand that Krishna is the cause of all causes engage in devotional service with great determination and become dear to Krishna. These rare souls are sure to attain him. What people normally think is these Vedic knowledges we have, or the Vedic culture we practice, or the bhakti we practice, is just a blind faith based with no scientific evidence, which is also the reason a lot of people present to justify their disbelief in God. They believe in science, so Lord Krishna reveals in chapter 7 that this Bhagavad-gita knowledge is not just subject of mythology or faith, rather a spiritual science. Lord Krishna brings science and spirituality together. Krishna basically invites people to come and be the biggest scientists by knowing him in chapter 7. Join spiritual science and be a spiritual scientist and discover the most profound truth of all, and Lord himself in entire creation. As Krishna says in chapter 7, Chara marana mokshaya mamashritya yatayante
Te Brahma Tadvidushetnam Adhyatmam Karma Chakilam. Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahman because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities. Come and join the spiritual science and be the spiritual scientist by exploring the topmost secret knowledge and solve the problems of life, Janma, Mritya, Jara, Vyadi, and spread the solution to whole world. What is a solution? Chant and be happy. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Chapter 8, Attaining the Supreme. Quite often, a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm young now. I will practice devotion later. I'm very young. I have to enjoy now." When we go out to distribute books or while preaching, we have this experience. People always get excuses to do devotion in the future, but we don't know how long we can make it. Death could be right there at the corner looking and smiling at us. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad-gita, Chapter 8, that Antakale cha mameva smaran muktva kalevaram ya prayati samadbhavam yati nastyantra samsayaha. And whoever at the time of death quits his body remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Of this there is no doubt. 72% people in the world die without writing their will or discussing what to do with their wealth after their death, because time and tide waits for no one. Young people say, "I'm too young." The old people say, "I'm too old." Middle-aged people say they are too busy. Therefore, we never make it till later or tomorrow. As Krishna tells us in Chapter 8, we might leave this planet any moment, so why not get started in devotion right away? Spiritual success does not come as a quanta of energy, a photon of light. It comes day by day, slowly at a time. You have to practice sadhana and austerity very hard to get spiritual success, to be able to remember Krishna at the time of death. So for that, we should always chant, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Chapter 9, The Most Confidential Knowledge. Lord Krishna is the Supreme Godhead and the supreme object of worship. The soul is eternally related to him through transcendental devotional service, or bhakti. By reviving one's pure devotion, one returns to Krishna in the spiritual realm. According to Lord Krishna, the most confidential knowledge of devotional service, is the purest knowledge and the topmost education. It gives direct perception of the self by realization, and it is the perfection of religion. It is the everlasting and joyfully performed. Krishna's unmanifested form pervades everything. Krishna himself remains detached from matter. Material nature, working under his direction, produces all moving and non-moving beings. Different worshippers reach different goals. Men who want to attain the heavenly planets worship the demigods, then take birth among them to enjoy godly delights. But such men, after exhausting their pious credits, return to earth. Men who worship ancestors go to the planets of the ancestors, and those who worship ghosts become ghosts. But one who worships Krishna with exclusive devotion goes to him forever. A lot of people say all the devotion is okay, but I don't like following principles, rules, and regulations. I don't like to chant on beads. I want to do everything just by heart. Everything numbered or structured is just material. There are some common excuses people have for devotion. Somehow, Krishna agrees with the one point that spirituality should come from the heart, should come from love, pure love. In the 9th chapter of the Bhagavad-gita, Lord Krishna reminds Arjuna, Patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhaktya patriham ashnami prayata manaha. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I will accept it. Krishna is looking for love, devotion, and sincerity from his devotees. We can develop love or intensify natural love for Krishna, following certain rules, regulations, and principles, and also by offering all our activities to Lord Krishna and chanting, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Chapter 10, The Opulence of the Absolute. all wondrous phenomena showing power, beauty, grandeur, or sublimity, either in the material world or in the spiritual, are but partial manifestations of Krishna's divine energies and opulences. As the supreme cause of all causes and the support and essence of everything, Krishna is the supreme object of worship for all beings. Devotees know Krishna as the unborn, the beginningless, the supreme lord of all the worlds, the creator of the patriarchs from whom all living beings descend, the origin of everything. Intelligence, knowledge, truthfulness, mental and sensory control, fearlessness, non-violence, austerity, birth, death, fear, distress, infamy, all qualities, good and bad, are created by Krishna. Devotional service helps one develop all good qualities. The devotees who lovingly engage in devotional service have full faith in Krishna's opulences, mystic power, and supremacy. The thoughts of such devotees dwell in Krishna. Their lives are devoted to his service, and they thrive great bliss and satisfaction by enlightening one another and conversing about him. Devotees engage in pure devotional service, even if lacking education or knowledge of the Vedic principles, are helped from within by Krishna, who personally destroys the darkness born out of ignorance. Arjuna realized that Krishna's position as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode and the absolute truth, the purest, the transcendental and the original person, the unborn, the greatest, the origin, and the Lord of all. Now, Arjuna wants to know more. Krishna tells more, and then concludes, all opulent, beautiful, and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. Chapter 11, the Universal Form. Lord Krishna grants Arjuna divine vision and reveals his spectacular, unlimited form as the cosmic universe. Thus, he conclusively establishes his divinity. Krishna explains that his own all-beautiful, human-like form is the original form of Godhead. One can perceive this form only by pure devotional service. To protect innocent people from impostors, Arjuna asks Krishna to prove his divinity by exhibiting his universal form, a form that anyone who claims to be God should be prepared to show. Krishna gives Arjuna divine vision by which to see the brilliant, glaring, unlimited universal form, which reveals in one place everything that ever was or now is or will be. Arjuna offers obeisances with folded hands and glorifies the Lord. Lord Krishna then reveals that except for the 5 Pandavas, all the soldiers assembled on the battlefield will be killed. Therefore, Krishna exhorts Arjuna to fight as his instrument and guarantees him victory and a flourishing kingdom. Arjuna requests Krishna to withdraw his fearful form and show his original form. The Lord then exhibits his 4-armed form and then at last his original 2-armed form. Upon seeing the Lord's beautiful human-like form, Arjuna becomes pacified. One who is engaged in pure devotional service can see such a form. Chapter 12, Devotional Service. Krishna teaches in Bhagavad-gita, Chapter 12, that Bhakti Yoga, pure devotional service to Lord Krishna, is the highest and most expedient means for obtaining pure love for Krishna, which is the highest end of spiritual existence. Those who follow the supreme path develop divine qualities. Who is more perfect? Arjuna asks. The devotee worshipping and serving the Lord's personal form, or the transcendentalist meditating on the impersonal Brahman? Krishna replies, the devotee who fixes his mind on my personal form is most perfect. Because devotional service employs the mind and senses, it is the easy, natural way for an embodied soul to reach the supreme destination. The personal path is unnatural and fraught with difficulties. Krishna does not recommend it. In the topmost stage of devotional service, one's consciousness is totally fixed on Krishna. A step lower is the practice of regulative devotional service. Lower than that is karma yoga, renouncing the fruits of action. Indirect processes for attaining the supreme include meditation and cultivating knowledge. A devotee who is pure, expert, tolerant, self-controlled, equipoised, non-envious, free from false ego, friendly to all living entities, and equal to friends and enemies is dearest to the Lord. We might fear sometimes if we take off spiritual life or devotional life, we may lose our friends and families. They will say, you are not the same person you used to be. You're different. Krishna says in Bhagavad-gita chapter 12, Advishta sarva bhutanam maitra karuna evacha nirmamo nirahankara samadukha sukha kshami Santushta Sadhanam Yogi Yatama Drirachati Mai Arpita Mano Buddhir Yo Mad Bhakta Same Priya.
Once you take off your spiritual life, you will not be impacted by enviousness, false ego, happiness, and distress. Satisfied, self-controlled, you will no longer care about these people's opinion on you. You rather find your real friends, which are devotees, and your best friend, Lord Krishna. You develop wonderful character and personality that you start attracting people around you. Therefore, to develop such a character and develop loving relationship with Lord Krishna to be his friend, let's focus on devotional service and chant. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Radha Krishna Bhagavan ki, Shri Gita Jayanti Mahamotsav ki, Shri ISKCON Sar Park ki. Hare Krishna.
That is very nice, Vishaka. Thank you so much for giving us a summary of chapter 7 to 12. It's a very, very important chapter, devotional service. So now we're going to start reading these amazing and very devotional chapters. First, we have chapter 7. Keshav Pani Prabhu will recite the verses. Then Srinath Prabhu will read the translation. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna devotees. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Saptamodhyayah Jnana Vijnana Yogaha. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Maya Saktamanaf Padha Yogam Yunjan Madashrayah Asamshayam Samagram Mam Yadhajñasasi Tachrunu Jnanam Teham Savijnanam Idam Vakshyamya Sheshatah Yajñatva Muniha Bhuyonyat Jnatavyamavasishyate Manushyanam Sahasreshu Kaschid Yatati Siddhaye Yatataamapi Siddhanam Kaschinmam Veti Tattvataha Bhumirapo Nalo Vayuhu Kammano Buddhirevacha Ahankara iti yammi bhinna prakritirashtada apareyamitastvanyam prakritim viddhimi param jiva bhutam mahabaho yayedam dharyate jagat etadyonini bhutani sarvani tyupadharaya aham kritsnasya jagatah prabhavah pralayastatha Nattah parataram nanyat kinchidasti dhananjaya Mani sarvamidam protam stotre maniganaiva Rasohamapsu kaunteya prabhasmi shashishuryayoho Pranavah sarvavedeshu Shabdhakke paurusham rushu Punyo gandhah prativyam cha Tejaschasmi vibhavasau Jivanam sarvabhuteshu Tapaschasmi tapasvishu Bijam mam sarvabhutanam Viddipada sanatanam Buddhir buddhimatamasmi Tejas tejasvinamaham Balam balavatam chaham Kamaraga vivarjitam Dharma viruddho bhuteshu Kamosmi bharatarshapha Echaiva satvika bhavaha Rajasastamasaschaye Matta eveti tan viddhi Natvaham teshu te mayi Tribhil gunamayair bhavaihi Yebhis sarvamidam jagat Mohitam nabhijanati Mamibhyah paramavyayam Daivi hyesha gunamayi Mama maya duratyaya Mameva ye prapadyante Mayametam taranti te Namam dushkrutino mudhaha Prapadyante naradamaha Mayaya prakritagajnanaha Asuram bhavamashritaha Chaturvidha bhajante mam Jana sukritino juna Ato jignasurarthati Jnani cha bharatarshapha Tesham jnani nityayuktaha Eka bhakti vishishyate Priyo hi jnani notyadham Aham sacha mama priyaha उदारा सर्व एवैते ज्ञानी त्वात्मैव मे मतम् आस्थितः हि युक्तात्मा मामेव नुत्तमां गतिम् बहूनां जन्मनामन्ते ज्ञानवान् मां प्रपद्यते वासुदेवः सर्वमिति समहात्मा सुदुर्लभः कामैस्तैस्तैर्हृतज्ञानाः प्रपद्यन्तेऽन्यदेवताः तं तं नियममास्ताय प्रकृत्या नियता स्वया यो यो यां यां तनुं भक्तः श्रद्धयार्चितुमिच्छति तस्य तस्याचलां श्रद्धां तामे विददाम्यहम् सतया श्रद्धया युक्तः तस्याराधनमीहते लभते च ततः कामान् मयैव विहतान् हितान् अन्तवन्तु फलं तेषां तद्भगवत्कल्पमेधसां देवान् देवयजो यान्ति मद्भक्तस्यान्ति मामपि अव्यक्तं व्यक्तिमापन्नं मन्यते मामबुद्धयः परं भावमजानन्तः मामव्यनुमुत्तमं नाहं प्रकाश सर्वस्य योगमाया समावृतः मूढोऽयं नाभिजानाति लोको मामजमव्ययम् वेदाहं समतीतानि वर्तमानानि चार्जुन भविष्यानि च भूतानि मां तु वेद न कश्चन इच्छाद्वेषसमुत्थेन द्वन्द्वमोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि सम्मोहं सर्गे यान्ति परन्तप येषां त्वन्तगतं पापं जनानां पुण्यकर्मणां ते द्वन्द्वमोहनिर्मुक्ताः भजन्ते मां दृढव्रताः जरामरणमोक्षाय मामाश्रित्य यतन्ति ये ते ब्रह्म तद्विदुः कृत्स्नम् अध्यात्मं कर्म चाखिलं साधिभूतादिदैवं मां साधियज्ञं च ये विदुः प्रयाणकालेऽपि च मां ते विदुर्युक्तचेतसः ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ज्ञानविज्ञानयोगो नाम सप्तमोऽध्यायः। हरि ओं कृष्णार्पणमस्तु।
Thank you, Prabhu. If anyone wants Bhagavad Gita, you all can collect from here. Now Srimad Prabhu will read the translation. Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna. The Supreme Personality of the Godhead said, "Now hear, O son of Pritha, how by practicing yoga in the full consciousness of me, will mind attached to me, you can know me in full, free from doubt. I shall now declare upon you in full this knowledge, both phenomenal and numinous. This being known, nothing further shall remain for you to know. Out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of these who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego, all together these eight constitute my separated material energies. Besides these, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another, superior energy of mind, which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material, inferior nature. All created beings have their source in these two natures. Of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world, know for certain that I am both the origin and the dissolution. O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on a thread. O son of Kunti, I am the taste of water, the light of the sun, the moon, the syllable Om in the Vedic mantras. I am the sound in ether and ability in man. I am the original fragrance of the earth, and I am the heat in fire. I am the life of all that lives, and I am the penance of all ascetics. O son of Pruta, know that I am the original seed of all existence, the intelligence of the intelligent, and the prowess of all powerful men. I am the strength of the strong, devoid of passion and desire. I am a sex life which is not contrary to religious principles, O Lord of the Bharatas. Know that all states of being, be they of goodness, passion, or ignorance, are manifested by my energy. I am in one sense everything, but I am independent. I am not under the modes of material nature, for they are, on the contrary, are within me. Deluded by these three modes, goodness, passion, and ignorance, the whole world does not know me, who am above the modes and inexhaustible. The divine energy of mind, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, who are lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. O best among the Bharatas, 4 kinds of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me: the distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the Absolute. Of these, the one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best, for I am very dear to him and he is dear to me. All these devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls, but he who is situated in knowledge of me, I consider to be like my own self. Being engaged in my transcendental service, he is sure to attain me, the highest and the most powerful goal. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desires surrender unto demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own natures. I am in everyone's heart as the super soul. As soon as one desires to worship some demigod, I make this faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. Endowed with such a faith, he endeavors to worship a particular demigod and obtains his desires. But in actuality, these benefits are bestowed by me alone. Men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and their fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but my devotees ultimately reach my supreme planet. Unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. I am never manifest of the foolish and unintelligent. For them, I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. O Arjuna, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past and all that is happening in the present and all things that are yet to come. I know all living entities, but me no one knows. O scion of Bharata, O conqueror of the foe, all living entities are born into delusion, bewildered by dualities risen from desire and hate. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actual Brahman because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities. Those in full consciousness of me, who know me, the Supreme Lord, to be the governing principle of the material manifestation of the demigods and of all methods of sacrifice, can understand and know me, the Supreme Personality of the Godhead, even at the time of death. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Srimad Prabhu and Keshav Pani Prabhu. Now we'll start with chapter 8. Chapter 8 verses will be recited by Swapna Mataji, Hare Krishna Mataji, and translation by Nalini Mataji. Come.
Hare Krishna. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atha Ashtamodhyayah. Akshara Brahma Yogaha. Arjuna Uvacha. Okay. Kim tad brahma kim adhyatmam. Kim karma purushottama. Adhibhutam cha kim proktam. Adhidaivam kim uchyate. Adhiyajnah katakotra. Dehesmin madhusudana. Prayanakale cha katam. Jneyosmin yatatmabhihi. Shri Bhagavanu vacha. Aksharam Brahma Paramam Swabhavodhyatmamuchyate Bhuta Bhavodbhavakaraha Visargah Karma Sanyitaha Athibhutam Ksharo Bhavaha Purushashadhi Daivatam Athiyajnyohamevatra Dehe Dehe Brutamvara Antakale Chamameva Smaran Muktva Kalevaram Yah Prayati Satadbhavam Yati Nastatra Samshayaha Yam Yam Vapi Smaran Bhavam Tyadantyante Kalevaram Tam Tamevaiti Kaunteya Sada Sadbhava Bhavitaha तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु मामनुस्मरयुध्य च मय्यर्पितमनो बुद्धिः मामे वैश्यस्य संशयम् अभ्यासयोगयुक्तेन चेतसा नान्यगामिना परं पुरुषरं दिव्यं याति पार्थानुचिन्तयन् कविं पुराणमनुशासितारम् अनुरणीयां समनस्मरेद्यः सर्वस्य दातारमचिन्त्य रूपम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसः परस्तात् प्रयाणकाले मनसा चले च भक्त्या युक्तो योगबलेन चैव भ्रुवोर्मध्ये प्राणमावेश्य सम्यक् सतं परं पुरुषमुपैति दिव्यं यदक्षरं वेदविदो वदन्ति विशन्ति यद्यतयो वीतरागाः यच्चित्यन्तो ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तत्ते पदं संग्रहेण प्रवक्ष्ये सर्वद्वाराणि संयम्य मनोहृदि निरुध्य च मूर्ध्याधायात्मनः प्राणम् आस्थितो योगधारणाम् ओमित्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहरन् मामनुस्मरन् यः प्रयाति त्यजन् देहं स याति परमां गतिम् अनन्यचेताः सततं यो मां स्मरति नित्यशः तस्याहं सुलभः पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिनः मामुपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखालयमशाश्वतं नाप्नुवन्ति महात्मानः संसिद्धिं परमागताः आब्रह्मभुवनान् लोकाः पुनरावर्तिनोऽर्जुन मामुपेत्य तु कौन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तम् ब्रह्मणो विदुः रात्रिं युगसहस्रान्तं ते होरात्रविदो जनाः अव्यक्ताव्यक्तदः सर्वाः प्रभवन्त्यः रागमे रात्रागमे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैवाव्यक्तसंज्ञके भूतग्रामस एवायं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रात्रागमे वशः पार्थ अव्यव्यक्तः रागमे परस्तस्मात् भावोऽन्यः अव्यक्तो व्यक्तात् सनातनः यस्य सर्वेषु भूतेषु न तस्सु न विनश्यति अव्यक्तोऽक्षर इत्युक्तः तमाहुः परमां गतिं प्राप्नुन निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम पुरुषस्य परः पार्थ भक्त्या लभ्यस्त्वनन्यया यस्तानि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं ततं यत्र काले त्वनावृत्तिम् आवृत्तिं चैव योगिनः प्रयातयान्ति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ अग्निर्ज्योतिरः शुक्लः षण्मासा उत्तरायणं तत्र प्रया च गच्छन्ति ब्रह्मविदो जनाः धूमो रात्रिस्तदा कृष्णः षण्मासा दक्षिणायणं तत्र चान्द्रमसं ज्योतिः योगी प्राप्न निवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णे गतिह्येते जगतः शाश्वते मते एकया मात्नावृत्तिम् अन्यया वर्तते पुनः नैते श्रुति पार्थ जानन् योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपस्सु चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यफलं प्रतिष्ठम् अत्येति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानमुपैति चाद्यम् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे अक्षरब्रह्मयोगो नाम अष्टमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्ण।
Thank you, Mataji, for the next recitation. Now, Nalini Mataji will read the verses. Translation.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Bhagavad-gita, Chapter 8, translation by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Text 1. Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O Supreme Person, what is Brahman? What is the Self? And what is fruitive activities? What is this material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain to me. Text 2. Who is the Lord of sacrifice? How does he live in the body? Oh, Madhusudana. And how can those engaged in devotional service know you at the time of death? Text 3. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the indestructible transcendental living entity is called Brahman, and his eternal nature is called Adhyatma, the Self. Action pertaining to the development of the material bodies of the living entities is called karma, the fruitive activities. Text 4. O best of the embodied beings, the physical nature, which is constantly changing, is called Adibhuta, the material manifestation. The universal form of Lord, which includes all the demigods, like those of the sun and moon, is called Adideva. And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as Super Soul in the heart of every embodied being, am called Adiyanya, the Lord of Sacrifice. Text 5. And whoever at the end of his life quits his body remembering me alone, at once attains my nature of this, there is no doubt. Text 6. Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state he will attain without fail. Text 7. Therefore, Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna, and at the same time carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. Text 8. He who meditates on me as Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me, undeviated from the path, he, O Partha, is sure to reach me. Text 9. One should meditate upon the Supreme Person as the one who knows everything, as he who is the oldest, who is the controller, who is the smaller than the smallest, who is the maintainer of everything, who is beyond all material conception, who is inconceivable, and who is always a person. He is luminous like the sun, and he is transcendental beyond this material nature. Text 10. One who at the time of death fixes his life air between the eyebrows and by the strength of yoga with an undeviated mind engages himself in remembering the Supreme Lord in full devotion will certainly attain to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 11. Persons who are learned in the Vedas, who utter Omkara, and who are great sages in the renounced order enter into Brahman, desiring such perfection, one practices celibacy. I shall now briefly explain to you this process by which one may attain salvation. Text 12. The yogic situation is that of detachment from all sensual engagements, closing all the doors of senses and fixing the mind on the heart and the life air at the top of the head, one established himself in yoga. Text 13. After being situated in this yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, if one thinks of Supreme Personality of Godhead and quits his body, he will certainly reach the spiritual planets. Text 14. For one who always remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain, O son of Pratha, because of his constant engagement in devotional service. Text 15. After attaining me, the great souls who are yogis in devotion never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. Text 16. From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all the places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again. Text 17. By human calculation, 1,000 ages taken together form the duration of Brahma's one day, and such also is the duration of his night. Text 18. At the beginning of Brahma's day, all living entities become manifest from their unmanifest state, and thereafter, when the night falls, they are merged into the unmanifested again. Text 19. Again and again, when Brahma's day arrives, all living entities come into being, and with the arrival of Brahma's night, they are helplessly annihilated. Text 20. Yet there is another unmanifest nature which is eternal and is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. When all in his world is annihilated, that part remains as it is. Text 21. That is the Vedantist described as unmanifest and infallible, that which is known as supreme destination, that place from which, having attained it, one never returns. That is my supreme abode. Text 22. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is greater than all, is attainable by unalloyed devotion. Although he is present in his abode, he is all-pervading and everything is situated within him. Text 23. O best of Bhartas, I shall now explain to you the different times at which, passing away from this world, the yogi does or does not come back. Text 24. Those who know Supreme Brahman attain that Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery God in the light at an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. Text 25. The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months when the sun passes to the south, reaches the moon planet, but again comes back. Text 26. According to Vedic opinion, there are two ways of passing from this world, one in light and one in darkness. When one passes in light, he does not come back, but when one passes in darkness, he returns. Text 27. Although the devotees know these two paths, O Arjuna, they are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in devotion. Text 28. A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the results derived from studying the Vedas, performing sacrifices, undergoing austerities, giving charity, or pursuing philosophical and furtive activities. Simply by performing devotional service, he attains all these, and at the end, he reaches the supreme eternal abode. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you, Mataji. You said that very nicely. Now we'll start with chapter 9. Prachi Mataji will recite the verses, and Sukhi Mataji will read the translation.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 9. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Chapter 9. The most confidential knowledge. Sri Bhagavanu Vacha. Idam te guyyatamam pravrakshamya anusuyave jnanam vijnana sahitam yagna gnatma mokshasya ashubhat. Rajavidya Rajaguhyam Pavitram Niduttamam Pratyakshavagam Dhamyam Susukam Kartum Avyayam. Ashraddhana Purusha Dharma Yasyasya Parantapa Aprapye Mama Nivartante Mrityu Sansara Vartmani Maya Tat Idam Sarvam Jagat Avyakta Murtina Matisthani sarvabhutani na chaham teshu avastitah na cha matasthani bhutani pashyami yogameshwaram bhuta vrinna na cha muthasto mamatma bhuta bhavana yata kashasthito nityam vayu sarvatra go mahan तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मतिस्थानाति उपधारये सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यान्ति मामिकां कल्पक्षे पुनस्तानि कल्पादौ विसृजामि अहं प्रकृतिं स्वामभष्ट विसृजामि पुनः पुनः भूतग्रामम् इमं कृष्णम् अवश्यं प्रकृतेर्वशात् न च मामतानि कर्माणि निबध्नाति धनञ्जय उदासीनवद् आशीनम् असक्तं तेषु कर्मसु मया अध्यक्षेण प्रकृति सूयते सचराचरम् हेतुनयनेन कौन्तेय जगद् विपरिवर्तते अवजानन्ति मां मूढा मानुषिं तनुमाश्रितं परं भावं जानन्तो मम भूतमहेश्वरम् मोघकर्माणो मोघज्ञानविचेतसा राक्षसीम् असुरीं चैव प्रकृतिं मोहिनीं स्थितः महात्मानस्तु मां पार्थ देवीं प्रकृतिम् आश्रितः भजन्ति अनन्यमनसो ज्ञात्वा भूतादिमव्ययम् सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यतन्तश्चरणवृत्तः नमस्त्यञ्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ते यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वतो मुखम् अहं क्रतुरहं यज्ञः स्वाधाधाम् अहम् असुधम् मंत्रो अहम् एवज्यम् अहम् अग्निरहम् हुतम् पितामहस्य जगतो माता धाता पितामह वेद्यम् पवित्रम् ओंकार ऋक्साम यजुरेव च गतिर्भर्ता प्रभु साक्षी निवासा शरणं सुहृत् प्रभवा प्रलया स्थानं निधानं बीजम् अव्ययम् तपाम्यहम् निग्रामि उत्सृजामि च अप्रतं चैव मृत्युश्च सद् असच्छायम् अर्जुन त्रैविद्या मामसोऽपाः पूतपापयज्ञैस्त्वा स्वर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते ते पुण्यमासाद्य सुरेन्द्रलोकाम् अश्नाति दिव्यान् दिवि देवभोगान् ते तं भुक्ता स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षीणे पुण्यमर्त्यलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रयीधर्माम् अनुप्रापन्न गतगतं काम लभन्ते अन्यनेषु चिन्तयन्तो मां ये ज्ञाना प्रपुरुषते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम् ये अपि अन्य देवता भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्वितः ते अपि माम एव कौन्तेय निजान्ति अविधि पुरुषम् अहं हि सर्वज्ञानं भोक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु मामभिजानन्ति तत्त्वेन तश्चर्यन्ति ते यान्ति देवव्रता देवान् पितॄन् यान्ति पितृव्रतः भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज्या यान्ति मद्यजिनो अपि माम् पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं भक्ते उपहृतम् अश्नानि प्रयात्मना यत् करोषि यक्ष्णासि यजुहोषि ददासि यत् यत् तपस्यासि कौन्तेय तत् कुरुष्व मद अर्पणम् शुभाशुभ फलरेवं मोक्षस्य कर्म बन्धना संन्यास योगे युक्तात्मा विमुक्तो माम् उपैष्यसि स्वमोहं हम सर्वभूतेषु नामे द्वेषोऽस्ति न प्रियः या भजन्ति तु मां भक्त्या मयि ते तेषु चापि अहम् अपि चेत् सुदुराचारो भजते माम् अनन्यभाक् साधुरेव सा मन्तव्या सम्यक् व्यवसितो हि सः माम् गच्छति कौन्तेय प्रतिजानीहि नामे भक्ता प्रणश्यति मां हि पार्थ व्यपशिष्टा ये अपि स्युः पापयोनया स्त्रियो वैश्यास् तथा शूद्रास् ते अपि यान्ति परां गतिम् किं पुनर्ब्रह्मण पुण्या भक्ता राजर्षयस्तथा अनित्यम् असुखं लोकम् इमं प्राप्य भजस्व माम् मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वेश्यसि भुक्तैव आत्मानं मतपरायणा हरि ओम तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्म विद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे राजविद्या राजगुह्य योगो नाम नवमो अध्याय हरि बोल।
Thank you, Prachi Mataji. Now, Sukhi Mataji will read the translation.
Hare Krishna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "My dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. The knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting, and it is joyfully performed. Those who are not faithful in this devotional service cannot attain me, O conqueror of enemies. Therefore, they return to the path of birth and death in this material world. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. And yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold my mystic opulence. Although I am the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, I am not a part of this cosmic manifestation, for myself is the very source of creation. Understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me. O son of Kunti, at the end of the millennium, all material manifestations enter into my nature, and at the beginning of another millennium, by my potency, I create them again. The whole cosmic order is under me. Under my will, it is automatically manifested again and again. And under my will, it is annihilated at the end. O Dhananjaya, all this work cannot bind me. I am never detached from all these material activities, seated as though neutral. This material nature, which is one of my energies, is working under my direction, O son of Kunti, producing all moving and non-moving beings. Under its rule, this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature as the supreme Lord of all that be. Those who are thus bewildered are attracted by demonic and ascetic views. In that deluded condition, their hopes for liberation, their fruitive activities, and their culture of knowledge are all defeated. O son of Partha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, originally and inexhaustible. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. Others who engage in sacrifice by the cultivation of knowledge worship the Supreme Lord as one without a second, as devas in many and in the universal form. But it is I who am the ritual, I the sacrifice, the offering to the ancestors, the healing herb, the transcendental chant. I am the butter and the fire and the offering. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support, and the grandsire. I am the object of knowledge, the purifier and the syllable Om. I am also the Rig, the Sama, and the Yajurvedas. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place and the eternal seed. O Arjuna, I give heat and I withhold and send forth the rain. I am immortality and I am also death personified. Both spirit and matter are in me. Those who study the Vedas and drink the Soma juice, seeking the heavenly planets, worship me indirectly, purified of sinful reactions. They take birth on the pious heavenly planet of Indra, where they enjoy godly delights. When they have thus enjoyed vast heavenly sense pleasure and results of their pious activities are exhausted, they return to this mortal planet again. Thus, those who seek sense enjoyment by adhering to the principles of the three Vedas achieve only repeated birth and death. But those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Those who are devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, O son of Kunti, but they do so in a wrong way. I am the only enjoyer and master of all sacrifices. Therefore, those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature fall down. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship the ancestors go to the ancestors. Those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings. And those who worship me will live with me. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I will accept it. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering to me. In this way, you will be freed from bondage to work and its auspicious and inauspicious results. With your mind fixed on me in this principle of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me. I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all. But whoever renders service unto me in devotion is a friend, is in me, and I am also a friend to him. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated in his determination. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. O son of Partha, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, and Sudras, can attain the supreme destination. How much more this is so of the righteous Brahmanas, the devotees and the saintly kings. Therefore, having come to this temporary, miserable world, engage in loving service unto me. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. Become my devotee, offer obeisance to me and worship me, being completely absorbed in me. Surely you will come to me. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Sukhinandaji, for nice reading. Next, we will have chapter 10. We'll start with chapter 10. Srivatsa will read till 21, 1 to 21. Then Karthik will read 22 to 42. And then in translation by Aditi Mataji and Kamal Prabhu. Yeah, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Om Shri Paramatmane Namaha. Atad Dashamodhyayah Vibhuti Yogaha. Shri Bhagavan Puya eva mahabaho shunu me paramam vachaha yatte ham priyamadaya vakshyami hitakamyaya name viddusaraganaha prabhavam namarshayah adirhi devana maharshinam cha sarvashah yo mamajanadmadim cha Veti loka maheshwaram asamudas samarteshu sarva papai pramuchyate buddhir jnanam sammonaha shama satyam damashamaha sukham dukkham bhavo bhavaha payam cha bhayame cha ahim sarvamata tushtihi tapodanam yasho yashaha Bhuvanti bhava bhutanam mameva pripratagmata sapta purve chatvaro manavastata gandhava manasasrataha vesabdoka vetvam prajaha etam vibhuti yogam cha yamayo veti tatvataha sovikambena yogena युज्यते नात्र संशयः अहं सर्वस्य प्रभवः मत्तर्वर्तते इति मत्वा प्रजन्ते मां बुद्धाः समन्विताः मच्चित्ता मज्जता प्राणाः ओदयन्त परस्परं दशमामित्यम् तुष्यन्ति च रमन्ति च तेषां सततयुक्तानां भजतां प्रीतिपूर्वकं ददामि भौतिभोगं तं येन मापुर्यान्ति ते तेषानुकम्पार्था अहमज्ञानजं तमः नाशयन्नात्मनो तास्तः ज्ञानदीपेन भास्वता अर्जुन उवाच परं ब्रह्म परं धाम पवित्रं परमं भवान् पुरुषं शाश्वतं दिव्यम् आदिदेवं विभुम् आदुसंहास्य सर्वे देवर्षि नारदस्तदा असितो देवलो व्यासः सर्वं चैव ब्रवीषि मे सर्वमेताद्भुतं नान्ये रदनाशेषवात् नहि ते ब्राह्मण व्यक्तिं विदुर्देवान् दानवाः स्वयमेवात्मनात्मानं वेत्तलोकं पुरुषोत्तमं भूतभावान् भूतेषु देवदेव जगत्पते वक्तुमर्हस्य शेषेण दिव्यह्यात्मा विभूतयः याभिर्विभूतिर्लोकान् इमां त्वं व्याप्य तिष्ठसि कर्तुं ध्यानं योगिन् त्वां सदा परिचिन्तयन् केश केश च भावेषु चिन्तयोऽसि भगवान् स्वयं विस्तरात्मनं योगं विभूतिं च जनार्दन भूयकर्तृप्तिर्हि शृण्वतो नास्ति मे मृतान् श्रीभगवानुवाच हन्तते कथयिष्यामि दिव्या ह्यात्मा विभूतयः प्राधान्यश्रेष्ठा नास्यन्तो विस्तरस्य मे अहमात्मा गुडाकेश सर्वभूतस्य तश्रितः अहमादिश्य मध्मश्च भूतवेव च आदित्यानां विष्णुं ज्योतिषां विष्णुमां मरीचिर्नाथमस्मि नक्षत्रं शशि हरे कृष्णा
Hare Krishna. No. Yeah. Hare Krishna. Vedanam samvedosmi devanamasmi vasavaha indriyanam manaschasmi bhutanamasmi chetana rudranam shankaraschasmi vittesho yaksha rakshasam vasunam pavakaschasmi nerushikarinamaham पुरोदशं प्रमुख्यं मां विद्धिपार्थबृहस्पतिं सेनानीनामहं स्कन्दः सरानामस्मि सागरः महर्षीणां भृगुरहं गिरामस्म्येककामस्यं यज्ञानां जपयज्ञोऽस्मि सावरानामिमालयः अश्वत्थाः देवशीनां च नारदः गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथः सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उच्चैश्रवसमश्रावाणां ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां ददानां च ददाधिपम् आयुधानामहं वज्रं धेनूनामस्मि कामधुक् रथस्मि कन्दर्पः सर्वानामस्मि वासुकिः अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसामहं पितॄणां कर्ताचास्मि यमः संयमहं प्रहलादस्तामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं पवनः पावनचोऽस्मि रामः शास्त्रपितामहं जसानां मकरश्चास्मि स्रोतसामस्मि जाह्नवी सर्गाणामादिरन्तश्च नाद्यं चैव हवाजुदा अध्यात्मविद्या विद्यानां नादप्रवर्ततामहम् अक्षरं नामकरोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वः सामक्षिकार ब्रह्मणः दाताहं विश्वतोमुखः मृत्युस्तास्मि उद्भवश्च भविष्यताम् कीर्तिश्रीवाग्नारीणां स्मृतिर्मेदद्दितिः क्षमा प्रयस्नां साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मनसानाम् अशीषोऽहम् ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरः द्यूतं चलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं जयोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्वं सत्त्ववतामहं विष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जया मुनीनामप्यवृता गरुणां मुसुकारि द्वन्द्वस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषतां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानवतामहं यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहमार्जुना न तदस्ति विना यत् स्यात् मयभूतं चराचरं नान्तोऽस्ति मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां तदन्तत एष तुद्देशप्रोक्तः विभूतेर्वश्वतोत्मय यद्यद्विभूतिवत्सत्त्वं ऋतभौत्रितमेव वा तद्देव च मम तेजो सर्वभवम् किं जतेन तवार्जुन विष्टभ्याहमयुद्धं कृष्णम् एकं जगत् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यानां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विभूतियोगो नाम दशमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्ण।
Very nice, Karthik. Thank you, Karthik. Thank you, Shivatsa. Now we will do the translation. Aditi Mataji will read till 21, then Kamal Prabhu will read the remaining verses. We will have Prashadam after chapter 11.
hold it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hello? Yes? Okay. Hare Krishna. Now, chapter 10, the opulence of the Absolute, text 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Listen again, O mighty armed Arjuna, because you are my dear friend. For your benefit, I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained." Text 2. Neither the host of the demigod nor the great sages know my origin or opulences, for in every respect I am the source of the demigod and the sages. Text 3. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all the worlds, he only undeluded among men is freed from all sins. Text 4 and 5. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. All these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. Text 6. The 7 great sages, and before them the 4 other great sages, and the Manus, come from me, born from my mind, and all the living beings populating the various planets descend from me. Text 7. One who is factually convinced of this opulence and mystic power of mine engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. Text 8. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. Text 9. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me, their lives fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. Text 10. To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Text 11. To show them special mercy, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Text 12 and 13. Arjuna said, "You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode, the purest, the absolute truth. You are the eternal, transcendental, original person, the unborn, the greatest. All the great sages such as Narada, Asita, Devala, and Vyas confirm this truth about you. And now you yourself are declaring it to me." Text 14. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the demigods nor the demons, O Lord, can understand your personality. Text 15. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own internal potency. O Supreme Person, origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, Lord of the universe. Text 16. Please tell me in detail of your divine opulences by which you pervade all these worlds. Text 17. O Krishna, O Supreme Mystic, how shall I constantly think of you, and how shall I know you? In what various forms are you to be remembered, O Supreme Personality of Godhead? Text 18. O Janardana, again, please describe in detail the mystic power of your opulences. I am never satiated in hearing about you, for the more I hear, the more I want to taste the nectar of your words. Text 19. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent, O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless." Text 20. I am the super soul, O Arjuna, seated in the hearts of all living entities. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. 21. Translation, of the Adityas I am Vishnu, of lights I am the radiant sun, and of the Maruts I am Marichi, and among the stars I am the moon.
Hare Krishna. Okay, thank you. Of the Vedas, I am the Samveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra, the king of heaven. Of the senses, I am the mind. And in living beings, I am the living force, consciousness. Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of wealth, Kuvera. Of the Vasus, I am fire, Agni. And of mountains, I am Meru. Of priest, O Arjuna, know me to the chief Brihaspati. Of generals, I am Kartikeya. And of bodies of water, I am the ocean. Of the great sages, I am Bhrigu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting of the holy names Japa. And of immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Of all trees, I am the banyan tree. And of the sages among the demigods, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am Chitraratha, and among perfected beings I am the sage Kapila. Of horses, know me to be Uchchaishrava, produced during the churning of the ocean for nectar. Of lordly elephants, I am Airavat, and among men I am the monarch. Of weapons, I am the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am the Surabhi. Of causes for procreation, I am Kandarpa, the god of love, and of serpents, I am Vasuki. Of the many hooded Nagas, I am Anant, and among the aquatics, I am the demigod Varuna. Of departed ancestors, I am Aryama, and among the dispensers of law, I am Yama, the lord of death. Among the Daitya demons, I am the devoted Prahlada. Among subduers, I am time. Among beasts, I am the lion. And among birds, I am Garuda. Of purifiers, I am the wind. Of the wielders of weapons, I am Rama. Of fishes, I am the shark. And of flowing rivers, I am the Ganges. Of all creations, I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle. O Arjuna, of all sciences, I am the spiritual science of the self, and among logicians, I am the conclusive truth. Of letters, I am the letter A, and among compound words, I am the dual compound. I am also in exhaustible time, and of creators, I am Brahma. I am all devouring death, and I am the generating principle of all that is yet to be. Among women, I am fame, fortune, fine speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and patience. Of the hymns in the Samveda, I am the Bruhat Sam, and of poetry, I am the Gayatri. Of months, I am Margashirsha, and of seasons, I am flower-bearing spring. I am also the gambling of cheats, and of the splendid, I am the splendor. I am victory, I am adventure, and I am the strength of the strong. Of the descendants of Vrishni, I am Vasudeva, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and among great thinkers, I am
Usana. Among all means of suppressing lawlessness, I am punishment, and of those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secret things, I am silence, and of the wise, I am the wisdom. Furthermore, O Arjuna, I am the generating seed of all existence. Nothing moving or non-moving can exist without me. O mighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestations. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulences. Know that all opulent, beautiful, and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. And what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself, I pervade and support this entire universe. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kamal Prabhu. Thank you, Aditi Mehtaji, for reading the translation of chapter 10. Now we are going to recite chapter 11. Rasmai Mataji will recite till 1 to 27 and Samamita 28 to 55. We will have prasadam after this.
Okay. अथ एकादशोऽध्यायः विश्वरूपसन्दर्शनयोगः अर्जुन उवाच मदनुग्रहाय परमं गुह्यमध्यात्मसंज्ञितं यत्त्वत्वक्तं वचस्तेन मोहोऽयं विगतो मम भवाप्यभिभूतानां श्रुतौ विस्तरशो मया त्वत्त्वकमलपत्राक्षां माहात्म्यमपि चाव्ययम् एवम् एतद्यथात्मात्मम् आत्मानं परमेश्वर द्रष्टुमिच्छामि ते रूपम् ऐश्वरं पुरुषोत्तम मन्यसे यदि तच्छक्यं मया द्रष्टुम् इदं प्रभो योगेश्वर ततो मे त्वं दर्शयात्मनव्ययम् श्रीभगवानुवाच पश्य मे पार्थरूपाणि शतशोतसहस्रशः नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतीनि च पश्यादित्यान् वसून् रुद्रान् अश्विनौ वरुतस्तथा बहून्यदृष्टपूर्वाणि पश्याश्चर्याणि भारत इहैकस्तं जगत्कृत्स्नं पश्यति सचराचरं मम देहे गुडाकेश यच्छान्यद्द्रष्टुमिच्छसि न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम् सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्तो मृतो राजन् महायोगेश्वरो हरिः दर्शयामास पार्थाय परमं रूपमैश्वरम् अनेकवक्त्रनयनम् अनेकाद्भुतदर्शनम् अनेकदिव्याभरणम् दिव्यानेकोद्यतायुधम् दिव्यमाल्याम्बरधरम् दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनम् सर्वाश्चर्यमयं देवम् अनन्तं विश्वतोमुखम् दिवि सूर्यसहस्रस्य भवेद्युगपदुद्दिता यदि भासदृशी सा स्यात् भाषस्तस्य महात्मनः तत्रैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं प्रविभक्तमनेकदा अपश्यद्देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तथा ततः सारिष्मयाविष्टः हृष्टरोमा धनञ्जय प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं कृताञ्जलिरभाषत अर्जुन उवाच पश्यामि देवांस्तव देवदेहे सर्वांस्तथा भूतविशेषसङ्गान् ब्रह्माणमीशं कमलासनस्थं ऋषींश्च सर्वानुरगांश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहूदरवक्त्रनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां सर्वतोऽनन्तरूपं नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्तवादिं पश्यामि विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूप किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रिणं च तेजोराशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तं पश्यामि त्वां दुर्निरीक्षं समन्ताद् दीप्तानलार्काद्युतिमप्रमेयम् त्वमक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं त्वमव्ययः शाश्वतधर्मगोप्ता सनातनस्तं पुरुषो मतो मे अनादिमध्यन्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहो शशिशूर्यनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां दुर्नितुतासवक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तं द्यावा पृथिव्योरिदरन्तरं व्याप्तं त्वयैकेन दिशश्च सर्वाः विश्वाद्भुतं रूपमुग्रं तवेदम् लोकत्रयं प्रव्यतितं महात्मन् अमीहि त्वां सुरसङ्गा विशन्ति केचिद्भीता प्राञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तीत्युक्त्वा महर्षि सिद्धसङ्गाः सुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुष्कलाभिः ऋद्वादित्यां वसवो ये च साध्याः विश्वेश्विनौ मरुतश्चोष्मपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्गाः वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मिताश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महर्ते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुबाहुरुपादं बहुधरं बहुदं श्राकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोकाः प्रव्यथितास्तथाहं नभस्पृशं दीप्तमनेकवर्णं व्यापाननं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रव्यथितान्तः मृतिं न विन्दामि शमं च विष्णो नंश्राकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्म प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास अमी च त्वां धृतराष्ट्रस्य पुत्राः सर्वे सहैवावनिपालसङ्गैः भीष्मो द्रोणस्यूतपुत्रस्तथाशौ साहास्मदीयैरपि योगमुख्यैः वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमाना विशन्ति दंशाकरालानि भयानकानि प्रज्ञादशनान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैरुत्तमाङ्गैः यथा नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगाः समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तमामि नरलोकवीरा विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिविज्वलन्ति लेलिष्यन्ति यथा विनाशाय समृद्धवेगाः तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकाः तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगाः लेलिष्यसे ग्रसमानः समन्तात् लोकान् समग्रान् वदने ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिराभूय जगत्समग्रं पाशस्तवोग्रात् प्रतपत्नि विष्णु आख्यायुमेको भवानुग्ररूपः नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिम् श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत् प्रवृत्तः लोकान् समाहर्तुमिह प्रवृत्तः ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे एव स्थिताः प्रत्यनीकेषु योधाः तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रुन् भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धिं मयैवैते निहताः पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भव सव्यसाचिन् द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यादपि योधवीरान् मया हतां त्वं जहिमा व्यतिष्ठ युध्यस्वजेतासि रणे सपत्नान् सखे उवाच एतत् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृतान्यनिर्वेपमाना किरीटी नमः कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृत्स्नं सगद्गदं भीतप्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकीर्त्य जगत्प्रविश्यत्यनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गाः कस्माच्च तेन न मेरन्महात्मन् गरीयसे ब्रह्मणो व्याधिकर्ते अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वमक्षरं सदसत्तत्परं यत् विदेवः पुरुषः पुराणः त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेदासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूप वायुर्यमोऽग्ने वरुणः शशाङ्कः प्रजापतिस्त्वां प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्ते तु सहस्रकृत्वः पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तादथ पृष्ठदस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत एव सर्व अनन्तवीर्यामित विक्रमस्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि तथोऽसि सर्व प्रसभं यदुक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानं तवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि यच्छावा आसार्थमसत्कृतोऽसि विहारशय्यासन भोजनेषु एको तवाप्यच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षामये त्वामहमप्रमेयं पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूज्यस्य गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्त्यभ्यधिकः कुतोऽन्यः लोकत्रये प्रप्रतिमप्रभाव तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वामहमीशमीड्यं पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्युः प्रियप्रियाय हसिदेव सोढुम् अदृष्टपूर्वं हृषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास गुणं गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितमात्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वमनन्तमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन न दृष्टपूर्वम् हृदयज्ञानयनेन दानैः न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रैः एवं रूपः शक्य अहं निलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीर मा ते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावः दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरमीदृन्ममेदं व्यपेतभिप्रीतमनः पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपमिदं च पश्य उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस्तथोक्त्वा स्वकं रूपं दर्शयामास भूयः आश्वासयामास च भीतमेनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य वपुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मानुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीमस्ति संवृत्तः सचेता प्रकृतिं गतः श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दर्शमिदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मम देवा अप्यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेद न तपसा न दानेन न चेजया शक्य एवं विदो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्यः अहमेवं विदोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्म कृन्मत्परमः मद्भक्तः सङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैरः सर्वभूतेषु यः स मामेति पाण्डव ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विश्वरूपसन्दर्शनयोगो नाम एकादशोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्ण।
A big round of applause for Samamita. She knows all the 700 verses by heart. Thank you, Rasna for the nice recitation. Thank you, Samamita. Now we will have the translation. Sushma Mataji will read till verse 27. The remaining verses Abhishek Prabhu will read. I request the kids to, Prabhu, can you all please tell them, yeah, close the door.
Yeah. Good? No, that's fine. This is good. Arjuna said, by my hearing the instructions you have kindly given me about these most confidential spiritual subjects, my illusion has now been dispelled. O lotus-eyed one, I have heard from you in detail about the appearance and disappearance of every living entity and have realized your inexhaustible glories. O greatest of all personalities, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in your actual position, as you have described yourself, I wish to see how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation. I want to see that form of yours. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that unlimited universal self. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, O son of Partha, see now my opulences, hundreds of thousands of varied divine and multicolored forms. O best of the Bharatas, see here the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Aswini Kumaras, and all other demigods. Behold the many wonderful things which no one have ever seen or heard of before. O Arjuna, whatever you wish to see, behold at once in this body of mine. This universal form can show you whatever you now desire to see and whatever you may want to see in the future. Everything, moving and non-moving, is here completely in one place. But you cannot see me with your present eyes. Therefore, I give you divine eyes. Behold my mystic opulence. Sanjaya said, O king, having spoken thus, the Supreme Lord of all mystic power, the personality of Godhead, displayed his universal form to Arjuna. Arjuna saw in that universal form unlimited mouths, unlimited eyes, unlimited wonderful visions. The form was decorated with many celestial ornaments and bore many divine upraised weapons. He wore celestial garlands and garments, and many divine scents were smeared over his body. All was wondrous, brilliant, unlimited, all expanding. If hundreds of thousands of suns were to rise at once in the sky, their radiance might resemble the effulgence of the Supreme Person in that universal form. At that time, Arjuna could see in the universal form of the Lord the unlimited expansions of the universe situated in one place, although divided into many, many thousands. Then, bewildered and astonished, his hair standing on end, Arjuna bowed his head to offer obeisances and with folded hands began to pray to the Supreme Lord. Arjuna said, My dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled in your body all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower as well as Lord Shiva and all the sages and divine serpents. O Lord of the universe, O universal form, I see in your body many arms, bellies, mouths and eyes expanded everywhere without limit. I see in you no end, no middle, and no beginning. Your form is difficult to see because of its glaring effulgence spreading on all sides like blazing fire or the immeasurable radiance of the sun. Yet I see this glowing form everywhere, adorned with various crowns, clubs, and discs. You are the supreme primal objective. You are the ultimate resting place of all this universe. You are inexhaustible and you are the oldest. You are the maintainer of the eternal religion, the personality of Godhead. This is my opinion. You are without origin, middle, or end. Your glory is unlimited. You have numberless arms, and the sun and the moon are your eyes. I see you with blazing fire coming forth from your mouth, burning this entire universe by your own radiance. Although you are one, you spread throughout the sky and the planets and all space between. O Great One, seeing this wondrous and terrible form, all the planetary systems are perturbed. All the hosts of demigods are surrendering before you and entering into you. Some of them, very much afraid, are offering prayers with befolded hands. Hosts of great sages and perfected beings, crying all peace, are praying to you by singing the Vedic hymns. All the various manifestations of Lord Shiva and the Adityas, the Vasus, the Sadhyas, the Vishwadevas, the two Asvis, the Maruts, the forefathers, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Asuras, and the perfected demigods are beholding you in wonder. O mighty armed one, all the planets with their demigods are disturbed at seeing your great form with its many faces, eyes, arms, thighs, legs, and bellies, and your many terrible teeth. And as they are disturbed, so am I. O all-pervading Vishnu, as I see you with your many radiant colors touching the sky, your gaping mouths, and your great glowing eyes, my mind is perturbed by fear. I can no longer maintain my steadiness or equilibrium of mind. O Lord of Lords, O refugee of the worlds, please be gracious to me. I cannot keep my balance, seeing thus your blazing death-like faces and awful teeth. In all directions I am bewildered. All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings and Bhishma, Drona, Karna, and our chief soldiers also, are rushing into your fearful mouths, and some I see trapped with heads smashed between your teeth.
Hare Krishna. It's starting from 11:28. As the many waves of the rivers flowing into the ocean, so do all these great warriors enter blazing into your mouths. I see all people rushing full speed into your mouths as moths dash to destruction in a blazing fire. O Vishnu, I see you devouring all people from all sides with your flaming mouths. Covering all the universe with your effulgence, you are manifest with terrible scorching rays. O Lord of Lords, so fierce of form, please tell me who you are. I offer my obeisances unto you. Please be gracious to me. You are the primal Lord. I want to know about you, for I do not know what your mission is. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, I am the great destroyer of the worlds, and I have come here to destroy all people. With the exception of you, the Pandavas, all the soldiers here on both sides will be slain. Therefore get up, prepare to fight and win glory. Conquer your enemy and enjoy a flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement, and you, O Savior Sachi, can be but an instrument in the fight. Drona, Bhishma, Jayadratha, Karna, and other great warriors have already been destroyed by me. Therefore kill them and do not be disturbed. Simply fight, and you will vanquish your enemies in battle. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, O king, after hearing these words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the trembling Arjuna offered obeisances with folded hands again and again. He fearfully spoke to Lord Krishna in a faltering voice as follows. Arjuna said, O master of the senses, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer you their respectful homage, the demons are afraid, and they flee here and there. All this is rightly done. O Great One, greater even than Brahma, you are the original creator. Why then should they not offer their respectful obeisances unto you? O Limitless One, God of gods, refuge of the universe, you are the invincible source and cause of all causes, transcendental to this material manifestation. You are the original personality of Godhead, the oldest, the ultimate sanctuary of this manifested cosmic world. You are the knower of everything, and you are all that is knowable. You are the supreme refuge, above the material modes, O limitless form. This whole cosmic manifestation is pervaded by you. You are air, and you are the supreme controller. You are fire, you are water, and you are the moon. You are Brahma, the first living creature, and you are the great grandfather. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you 1,000 times, and again and yet again. Obeisances to you from the front, from behind, and from all sides. O unbounded power, you are the master of limitless might. You are all-pervading, and thus you are everything. Thinking of you as my friend, I have rashly addressed you, O Krishna, O Yadava, O my friend, not knowing your glories. Please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times, jesting as we relaxed, lay on the same bed, or sat or ate together, sometimes alone, and sometimes in front of many friends. O infallible one, please excuse me for all those offenses. You are the father of this complete cosmic manifestation, of the moving and the non-moving. You are its worshipable chief, the supreme spiritual master. No one is greater than you, nor can anyone be one with you. How then could there be anyone greater than you within the three worlds, O Lord of immeasurable power? You are the supreme Lord, to be worshipped by every living being. Thus I fall down to offer you my respectful obeisances and ask your mercy. As a father tolerates the impudence of his son, a friend the impertinence of a friend, or a husband with the familiarity of his wife, please tolerate the wrongs I may have done you. After seeing this universal form, which I have never seen before, I am gladdened, but at the same time my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore please bestow your grace upon me, and reveal again your form as the personality of Godhead, O Lord of Lords, O abode of the universe. O universal form, O thousand-armed Lord, I wish to see you in your four-armed form, with helmeted head, and with club, wheel, conch, and lotus flower in your hands. I long to see you in that form. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, happily have I shown you, by my eternal potency, this supreme universal form within the material world. No one before you has ever seen this prana form, unlimited and full of glaring effulgence. O best of the Kuru warriors, no one before you has ever seen this universal form of mine. For neither by studying the Vedas, nor by performing sacrifices, nor by charity, nor by pious activities, nor by severe penances, can I be seen in this form in the material world. You have been perturbed and bewildered by seeing this horrible feature of mine. Now let it be finished, my devotee, free again from all disturbances. With a peaceful mind, you can now see the form you desire. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, having spoken thus to Arjuna, displayed his real four-armed form and at last showed his two-armed form, thus encouraging the fearful Arjuna. When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, O Janardana, seeing this human-like form, so very beautiful, I am now composed in mind, and I am restored to my original nature. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, this form of mine you are now seeing is very difficult to behold. Even the demigods are ever seeking the opportunity to see this form, which is so dear. The form you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotion service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. My dear Arjuna, he who engages in my pure devotion service, free from the contaminations of fruitive activities and mental speculation, he who works for me, he who makes me the supreme goal of his life, and who is friendly to every living being, he certainly comes to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek Prabhu. Thank you, Sushma Mataji. With that, we conclude the first session of Bhagavad-gita reading today. We will resume at, what's the time? Sharp 2 o'clock we'll resume. We'll start with chapter 12 recitation and then summary. With that, thank you all for coming today. Let's all proceed to the prasadam. Hare Krishna.